to decolonize PR to bring in African knowledge systems. There were suggestions, for example, of some other contexts, of proverbs that I could get into my work. Because I am Ghanaian, much of the proverbs that I used were Ghanaian proverbs, and people were suggesting other Kiswahili proverbs and proverbs from other languages, so the feedback was really good.
Well, how do you see the future of Tanzania, of media and communication 5 years to come?
I think it's great. Yes, we talk about all of the new things that are happening in communication. We talk about AI, we talk about social media and everything. But I think that attending this conference, one of the things that comes to the fore is that we need to get the basics right. A lot of the presentations are about getting the basics of communication right. And for me, that includes using proverbs and things. Future is great. We just have to stay focused, push our research forward a bit more. It might not be like what is done in the global north, but it's our context and it makes sense. And so I think that the future is really, really great.
Thank you so much and all the best.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Yes, I have another guest. Madam, welcome. Habari.
Salama tu, habari yako?
Salama, unaitwa nani, unatokea wapi?
Mimi naitwa Gloria Michael, ni mwanafunzi chuo kikuu cha mawasiliano cha China. Kwa hiyo nimekuja hapa kama mshiriki, lakini pia kiasili ni mwanahabari.
Ulikuwepo hapa jana?
Nilikuwepo siku ya jana wakati wa ufunguzi, na nilifurahishwa sana na tuseme topic ambayo iliwasilishwa na wale naweza kusema ni mmoja hapo alikuwa ni mwalimu wa bosi wangu katika shirika la utangazaji TBC, Dr. Ayub Rioba Chacha, aliyekuwa msimamizi wake wa dissertation yake PhD, pamoja na mwenza wake. Walielezea mustakabali mzima wa uandishi wa habari na mawasiliano. Kwa kimombo wanasema the future is bright, lakini the road is very bumpy. So we really need to buckle up and to actually work hard, kwa sababu tuna waandishi wa zamani wa kina sisi, alafu tuna hii kitu inaitwa citizen journalism. Namna gani tunaweza kuvifanya hivi vitu viwili, bado tubaki katika weledi, bado tubaki katika taaluma, lakini jamii ielewe na ipokee kile ambacho tunakizalisha. Lakini pia siku ya jana nilihudhuria pia baadhi ya mikutano ilikuwa ikifanyika pembeni, na mmoja wapo ulikuwa ukihusu masuala ya jinsia pamoja na namna ya kuwalinda watoto na taarifa zao katika mitandao. Nilipata kwamba watafiti wamefanya tafiti, lakini matokeo ya ule utafiti si mara nyingi tunayachapisha, hususani sisi waandishi wa habari. Kwa hiyo kwetu nimechukulia kama ni changamoto kwamba pengine tunahangaika kutafuta taarifa nyingine, lakini kumbe kupitia maandiko ya watafiti zipo taarifa ambazo tunaweza kuisaidia jamii, tunaweza kusaidia wazazi, tunaweza kusaidia watoto, na tukajenga jamii ambayo inafikiri, lakini jamii ambayo ina uwezo mzuri na mkubwa wa kupembua mema na mabaya, na tukalinda kizazi kijacho kuwa na fikra chanya.
Umezungumzia kuhusiana na citizen journalism. Hii imetokana na maendeleo ya sayansi na teknolojia. Unadhani imeleta changamoto kiasi gani kwa mainstream media?
Inaweza ikawa ina changamoto katika pande mbili. Pande ya kwanza ni ule wepesi wa watu kupata taarifa, kwamba imezifanya sasa mainstream media zisilale, kwamba na wao waone kwamba pamoja na kwamba sisi tuna kituo cha televisheni, sisi labda tuna gazeti, kumbe tunahitaji kuwepo katika forum hizi za kidigiti ili kugusa watu wote. Na tunaona magazeti makubwa hapa nchini yakiwa pia na presence online. Kwa mfano tuna Mwananchi Digital, tuna TSN Digital, TBC, tuna TBC Digital, na hata Mlimani TV pia mko YouTube. Tunaona kwamba kumbe haya mabadiliko yamesababisha hizi media za zamani au za asili kuona kwamba na wao ni fursa. Lakini kuna changamoto nyingine inakuja, ukiacha na hizi ambazo pengine ni vyombo vya habari kabisa. Wapo baadhi ya watu, si kila taarifa ni taarifa ya habari, au si kila taarifa ni habari. Sasa namna gani ya kuchakata yale maudhui ili yamfikie mlaji yakiwa na tunasema ukweli, yakiwa na facts, na yakiwa kweli hayana lengo la kupotosha. Kwa sababu tunaona kupitia citizen journalism kuna a lot of sensationalization, yani watu wanaongeza vitu, unaona headline unasema alafu ndani unashangaa kilichopo. Kwa hiyo mimi naamini bado imeleta pia mchango chanya, especially kwa media sisi wa zamani, kwamba lazima tuhakikishe tupo tunafunga mkanda, tunapambana na tunatumia fursa zilizopo ikiwemo katika online platforms, ili na sisi kuleta maudhui kwenda na wakati, lakini kumhakikishia mlaji anapata taarifa ambayo ni sahihi na kwa wakati.
Thank you so much.
Asante.
Karibu sana.
Asante.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, that was the participant that was here yesterday, and she actually shared her insight and what the future of journalism and media communication industry we want. Okay, so we have another guest. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Welcome.
Thank you.
What's your name and where are you coming from?
My name is Jean-Baptiste Atiyechimana. I come from Rwanda. I am the Dean of the Faculty of Journalism and Communication Studies of Institut Catholique do Kabwai.
Yes. Were you here yesterday?
Yes, I was there.
What were the key takeaways from the yesterday's sessions? Okay,
yesterday was an interesting day. First of all, starting by the welcoming remarks, it was interesting, and then the participants tried to inspire us. In addition, concerning the presentation, we tried to exchange about the many problems of journalism all over the world. And then that is very well interesting because it is inspiring. It's inspiring people because they can now, as academia, can find some solution to the problem of journalism all over the world.
Did you present yesterday?
No, I didn't present. I will present today.
What is your topic about?
My topic concerns challenges and opportunity of print media in Rwanda in the digital era.
Thank you so much. All the best.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is day 2 of the 14th East African Conference Association happening in Tanzania, hosted by the University of Dar es Salaam. As I told you before, you'll follow us online via our YouTube channel, Mlimani TV UDism, our Instagram, Facebook, Mlimani TV Official, together with the School of Journalism and Mass Communication social media pages. My name is Sakina. I'm with Nyamgu.
Sakina, good morning.
Good morning. How
are you? I'm fine. I'm great. We have a very good day yesterday, and we expected today to have a very good session, impactful day, a day with the greatest and brightest presentation, and we also have a panel discussion. So we are going forward. We're looking forward to gain more experience, more knowledge from the researcher and expertise from all over the world.
As I told the viewers yesterday that this conference gathered the brightest African mind who are here to share the innovation, inspiration across the media and communication industry.
Yeah.
So,
one among the things that I observe is the way people have been able to connect and sharing their ideas and finding their research concerning the industry. And media are the fourth estate of the state. It's deserved to be able to discuss key issues that have been going on in our communities, and we are happy to see people have been able to express their findings. So as you know, the community have a lot of things, a lot of problems, circumstances, and the media have been also covering that issues. So we expect if through the finding or through the research they conducted, they can help in one way or another to make sure that the community is going well, and to make the world a better place.
Okay, a few words to our viewers right now.
What I can comment to the viewers is to make sure that he keep following us, he keep catching with us, he keep joining us through our YouTube Mlimani TV UDism, and also he is able to following us, to share his comment through our social media pages, Mlimani TV Official, and also on Facebook and Instagram, Mlimani TV Official. So in one way or another, a person, he will be able, he wish to be here, but he can't or she can't be here, but due to some stuff. But you can follow us. You can keep on watching. You can keep on the world is today. The world is like a village through the innovation of science and technology, the globalization of the world. People interconnected through the internet, so he can or she can following us in YouTube and Instagram pages, so he can get to know what is going on here in the EACA conference, 14th conference of 2024 here in Dar es Salaam.
My key takeaway on the yesterday's session was on building the strong network in the media and communication industry. The media, communication pass across every sector. You can't do anything without communication. So I'd like to tell you, dear viewers, that communication is the basic of everything, right?
Communication, because without communication, communication, it's something that is the root of development. Without communication, you can't get any development in the community. You can't undergo any development in the community. So the good communication, it's give you an opportunity to know on how to sustain your development, on how to gain your development, on how to get development in any community. So we need to communicate. We need to make sure that proper communication in our communities is considered, and it's starting from the research. And the research and findings show on how we can communicate in order to make sure that the communication is bringing as a tool of development in the community.
Thank you so much, dear viewers. Now we are going to the main auditorium for our conference to begin. This is the day 2 of the 14th East African Communication Association Conference, happening in the University of Dar es Salaam, hosted by the School of Journalism and Mass Communication here in Tanzania.
Welcome all delegates for the EACA Conference 24 hosted by the University of Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. Welcome to Zanzibar! Zanzibar! Hakuna Matata!
Key.
Wow! Yes, yes, yes! Welcome to Dar es Salaam and welcome to Zanzibar to the Spice Island!
Service, Mr. Patrick Kipangula, karibu. And we also have the representative of the British High Commissioner, Mr. Ryan Mitchell. Welcome. And we also have Executive Secretary, Media Council of Tanzania, Sungura. And we also have Director of Media Council of Kenya, Mr. David Omoyo. Karibuni sana. This conference was officiated yesterday by the Deputy Permanent Secretary from Professor Daniel Elius Mushi from the Ministry of Education, who was representing the Chancellor of the University of Dar es Salaam, Dr. Jakaya Mrisho Kikwete. Today we have two keynote speakers. The first one is Amy Larsen, who is the Director of Strategy, Democracy Forward, and Microsoft from the USA. And the second keynote speaker is the Director of Tanzania Information Services and Chief Government Spokesperson, Mr. Tobias Makoba, who is representing the Minister of Information, Communication and Information Technology, Mr. Jerry Sla. As the first keynote speaker is getting ready for the presentation, allow me to bring to you only one announcement to all the delegates. For those of us who would like to join the memorable trip to Zanzibar on Saturday, please confirm your names at the registration desk before 10 a.m. today. Thank you. Ms. Amy Larsen, karibu.
Good morning. I'm going to set a timer so I don't stand between you all and the delicious tea breaks that I know are coming up. Ladies and gentlemen and distinguished guests, good morning. I'm delighted to be here at the invitation of the U.S. Embassy, and it's a profound honor to address you today on the subject of democratic resilience in the age of artificial intelligence. My name is Amy Larson, and I want to tell you a little bit about my team at Microsoft and zoom out and also talk about some of these really interesting cutting-edge issues from several different regional and substance perspectives. Our team, the Democracy Forward team, is there to preserve, protect, and advance the fundamentals of democracy by promoting a healthy information ecosystem. This involves our work on media literacy and journalism. We also work on safeguarding open and secure democratic processes and advocating for corporate civic engagement. Today I'm going to speak about AI, including some of the benefits, some of the risks, some of the challenges and opportunities, especially where those intersect with democracy. I'm going to cover a lot of ground and topics, but I hope that my observations will be useful, and I hope that we can continue this topic and discussion throughout the conference, and I really look forward to continuing to learn from you all. Democracy is more than just a political system. It is the bedrock upon which we build our societies, businesses, and communities. It's the framework that upholds our freedoms and the cornerstone of our dreams for a future in which all human beings can reach their potential and flourish. As we navigate the complexities of our modern world, it's useful to consider both the benefits and the challenges that technologies like AI can bring. We've already seen that AI is revolutionizing healthcare, education, and finance by increasing efficiency and accessibility. In healthcare, AI can improve diagnostics and personalized treatments. In education, it can offer tailored learning experiences for students. In finance, it can detect fraud in real time, which helps to safeguard institutions and everyone's pocketbooks as well. And across the board, AI's data analysis capabilities can lead to groundbreaking innovations. Here in Africa, where Microsoft has been present for over 30 years, it's estimated that AI could significantly boost the economies of Africa, potentially adding $1.5 trillion if Africa is able to capture about a tenth of the global AI market. And with Africa's dynamic young population, AI-driven education tools can enhance skills and jobs. Already here throughout the continent, we see AI improving diagnostics and healthcare delivery in Rwanda, Ghana, and Tanzania, especially in rural areas. And in the agriculture sector, AI can help farmers with data-driven recommendations that helps to improve crop yields and economic resilience. Here in Tanzania and beyond in East Africa, there are mobile banking platforms like M-Pesa that are leveraging AI to offer credit scoring and microloan services, with AI algorithms analyzing transaction data to assess creditworthiness, thereby enabling more people and small businesses to access financial services. It is true that new technologies also pose challenges to the integrity of information and elections, which underpin democratic societies. From deepfakes and disinformation to cyber attacks and hacking, the digital landscape is rife with risks that can undermine public trust, distort political discourse, and manipulate the information environment. Like all technologies, AI can create opportunities, but in the wrong hands, it can also lead to harms, such as through the creation of deceptive synthetic content and deepfakes. Let's go over some basics so we're on the same page. What is a deepfake? A deepfake is a fraudulent piece of content that could be an image, audio, or video that has been manipulated or created using AI. And often this synthetic content is trying to replace a real person's voice or image, or both, with something that looks and sounds like them. And the reason, the motivation behind these deepfakes is very negative. It's used to spread disinformation, maybe in scams, or in election manipulation, or social engineering attacks, or other forms of fraud. And so don't worry, this does not include the family photos that you post on Instagram that have a slightly lighter background to bring out everybody's eyes. That's totally fine and not what we're talking about here. This is really focused on the deceptive intent of these kinds of media. So there are still poorly done, pretty easy to identify deepfakes out there, ones where the people you see have 3 arms or 6 fingers, but bad actors are getting a lot better at using AI as part of their influence operations around the world. We've seen them step up their targeting of democracies this year. And this is a very significant year for elections, so big that we've been calling it Votorama. This year, over 2 billion people have the opportunity to go to the polls in about 2/3 of the world's democracies. That's more than at any time in human history. And, of course, elections will continue beyond this year, with Tanzania going to the polls both this year in local elections and next year. On the one hand, this is an incredibly exciting opportunity. During this Votorama year of elections, our team has been working to enhance the security and resilience of elections by developing tools for voters, candidates, political campaigns, and election authorities. For example, we helped launch elections communication hubs, and that gives support to election authorities by enabling them to contact us directly and quickly leading up to an election. We built these and stood these up in India, South Africa, the EU, and the UK and France this year. This year, Microsoft has also held over 110 deepfakes training sessions for political candidates around the world in over 20 countries, reaching over 3,000 people. Meanwhile, deepfakes public awareness campaigns that we've run have helped educate hundreds of millions of people online also. In South Africa, my team helped our team there host a capacity building workshop on AI and misinformation and election integrity in partnership with the Independent Electoral Commission of South Africa. So in the election space, AI has many benefits. It can enhance voter participation and engagement. It can lower the barriers and cost of voting and campaigning, allowing candidates to reach voters in all sorts of different languages and regions beyond which was possible before. We saw that in India, for example. It also enables us to provide authoritative information to voters. So even as we work to democratize the many benefits of AI and other emerging technologies, it's important to consider how anti-democratic actors may deploy these same technologies against free and open societies. Beyond this year, we are working to protect the public, especially women, children, voters, and the elderly and consumers, from abusive AI-generated content. In a recent policy paper that we published, we outlined our approach and policy recommendations for how to address this. We described how AI tools can now easily create highly realistic media that we were talking about that can deceive and manipulate people. This poses threats to trust and institutions and can create real-world harms, including financial losses, exploitation, and the erosion of trust. In the US, we saw this in the news recently when Elon Musk shared a manipulated video of presidential candidate Kamala Harris on X. And several months ago, there was an AI-generated robocall, a deepfake audio call, of President Biden in New Hampshire before a primary election that seemed to tell people not to vote. Now, this was very inconsistent with other messaging, so people didn't really believe that. And here in the region, in October of last year, fraudsters used AI to impersonate the chair of the African Union also. And last fall in Slovakia, there was another deepfake audio, which, by the way, is very compelling to people when they hear it, because you're only able to access one sense in order to try to figure out, is this real or not? And this deepfake audio recording in Slovakia was of one of the top candidates that seemed to say he was bragging about rigging the election. And that was right before the election occurred, 2 days before, and he narrowly lost that election. Another trend we've been tracking is the rise in deepfakes as a form of online gender-based violence. We've seen that women in politics, 80% of them have been impacted by psychological violence associated with online harms. And women face harassment 60% more frequently than men online. And now we have a real fear of a chilling effect because 1 in 6 women are leaving politics during their first term, citing this as a reason. Thus, the rise of AI deepfakes could shift the demographics of who runs for office because bad actors are using synthetic content to disproportionately target women. As we can see from the examples we've discussed and the technologies they involve, the private sector, particularly tech companies, have an unprecedented responsibility in the digital age. That's one of the reasons why, in February of this year, Microsoft joined over 24 other technology companies in signing the Tech Accord to combat the deceptive use of AI in elections. Especially in the age of AI, the private sector must take proactive steps to mitigate the risks posed by new technologies. This is a voluntary pledge by tech companies that focuses on combating deepfakes. The Tech Accord commitments make it harder for bad actors to use technologies to create deepfakes. It also has brought the private sector together, the tech companies, to detect and respond to deepfakes, in part by enabling political candidates to immediately report concerns of deepfakes of themselves. And the Tech Accord also advances transparency and resiliency. This year, Microsoft also expanded our content integrity tools available to political candidates and to newsrooms globally. This allows them to add secure content credentials to digital content. What does this mean? This means that content, let's say a picture, shows who created it with this label, where and when and whether it was made by AI, and whether it's been edited or tampered with since it was created. If you as journalists think about this as having a journalist credential when you go to a gathering, you need to show this credential in order to have your identity confirmed, and then you get to go in. This is a similar concept for information and media that allows people to have trust in what they're seeing, which is so important in this day and age. When paired with our labeling of AI-generated content as such, anything that's created by a Microsoft product is labeled as having AI if it does indeed have elements of AI or was created by AI. This increases transparency and trust. The content integrity tools we've expanded this year exist alongside our long-standing cybersecurity protections for high-risk, highly targeted stakeholders of democracy. For example, we have AccountGuard, a threat detection and notification service that protects over 5.4 million inboxes in 35 countries, and this helps keep election officials, political campaigns, journalists, think tanks, nonprofits, and human rights organizations safe. We offer that tool for free to those communities. This tool also complements some of the new societal resilience efforts associated with the Tech Accord. We recently launched a fund with OpenAI to advance AI literacy among voters, election authorities, and vulnerable communities in the US. That's because the education of consumers, which we've talked a lot about during this conference already, is an essential component to combating AI-manipulated media. When people become accustomed to demanding and looking for content credentials and transparent labeling of media, and question the content that actually does not include these, then we will be building a more resilient society that is less vulnerable to deception. So why does Microsoft care about democracy? Well, one reason is that democracy is actually great for business. So business should be great for democracy also. A stable democratic environment fosters innovation, fair competition, and rule of law, enabling businesses to thrive. We believe it's incumbent upon the business community to actively contribute to the strengthening of democracy, and that doing so can only further help businesses succeed. So ensuring democratic resilience in the age of AI requires that we in the tech sector do our best each day. It also requires a whole-of-society approach. Before I close, allow me to share a few about efforts to protect journalists. The journalism sector holds a sacred mantle as the fourth estate, serving as the watchdog of democracy. In an age in which mis and disinformation proliferate, the role of journalists becomes even more critical. Quality journalism empowers people with the knowledge they need to make informed decisions, thereby strengthening the democratic process. Microsoft has taken significant steps to support journalists and journalism and to restore trust and foster innovation in the media ecosystem. This year alone, we've provided AI training or experimentation opportunities to over 1,000 journalists around the globe, helping them productively use AI in news gathering and business practices. We also recently launched a cybersecurity training for journalists that takes only about 45 minutes and can be completed from any device, and it's free. And you can find more about that on some one-pagers that I'm going to leave behind that talk about some of the resources that are free and available for journalists, including this training. Please share it with people because we'd love for people to be able to benefit from these free tools. So these efforts are part of Microsoft's broader commitment to supporting the media industry and safeguarding the democratic process in the digital age. Democracy in the digital age, as in every age, requires constant vigilance, defense, and advocacy from all stakeholders, including governments, tech companies, civil society, media, and of course, citizens. While nation-state threat technologies against democratic societies through AI, cyber, and other digitally enabled threats, we must each contribute to protecting this democratic system that we cherish and that enables our individual and collective flourishing. There's so much more I would like to share with you and be able to discuss, but I see that my time has been reached. I really appreciate your attention, and I look forward to continued conversations. Thank you so much, and asante.
A round of applause to Amy Larsen for sharing such a rich experience. Allow me to now welcome the second keynote speech from the Chief Government Spokesperson, Mr. Tobias Makoba. A round of applause as he approaches. Karibu sana.
Thank you for that very kind introduction, and I truly appreciate. But it's a bit tricky for me, you know, when you are being sent by a politician. My minister humbly asked me last night to come and do his keynote address. I was aware about the conference. From where I'm seated, definitely anything of this magnitude in the industry, it's something that I take interest. But unfortunately, I was committed to other engagements. We have an ongoing annual retreat of all the CEOs and board chairs of public entities in this country, and they are meeting in Arusha, and was my last assignment of my previous office, and I was the chair of the organizing committee. So I was stuck in Arusha. Last night, my minister calls me and says, you know what, I'm supposed to do this keynote address in Dar es Salaam. Unfortunately, I have to be in Dodoma, and it is his first sitting since being appointed as the Minister of Communication, and there are issues that are related to his docket. So he had to go back to Dodoma. So I took my the last flight out of Arusha to Dar es Salaam last night. And immediately after this meeting, well, in the next 2 hours, I'm supposed to be back in Arusha. So I'm here. I have my own words to say. I have my brothers here. We have sometimes informal discussions. But I'm going to have to be handcuffed into the minister's keynote address, and then the rest of it. But let me say this before I go into the minister's address. The first thing, it's always good for me to be back at the University of Dar es Salaam, because some 20 plus years ago, I did my first degree here, so it's home. Who I am today, I think part of the seeds were sowed here, and it feels good always to be back. So, Doctor, thank you very much for the briefing that we had. So, it feels good to be here. But second, from the government side, we are delighted for all the participants. I was informed some 25 countries are being represented here. And I've also been told there are those who were in Tanzania back in the days, and they've revisited this conference. So we say karibuni sana. You are warmly welcome. I hope for the 1 day and couple of hours or 2 days that you've been here, you have been able to test a bit of what this country can offer. And I heard it was announced here, some of you will be visiting Zanzibar. Anything we can do from the government side to make sure that you enjoy the remaining part of your visit, not only just sitting in these rooms that are heavily vested with some strong ideas and development and all that. So take some time, enjoy the country, and karibuni sana. So media, development, democracy, where she stopped. Off the cuff, I'll say this. I mean, this debate has not ended over the years. What comes first? Democracy, development, and how do we strike a balance? And where is the role of the media? In the year 2002, I found myself in Nairobi, and exactly the words that Ami said, I think it took about maybe 4 or 5 days, and we did not reach into a conclusion. But one thing that was clear, that media has a big role to play. Be it development comes first, be it democracy comes first, be it whatever that we do, media is the biggest role to play. And I think that signifies the importance and relevance why we are meeting here, and why we should continue debating on how the media can help. Because we're talking about different levels of democracy scores. We're talking about different levels of development that we have attained as countries, societies. And how media strike that balance, it's debatable. So, but one thing that we are in agreement back then, and I'm sure probably here, is that the role that media has to play is unquestionable. So how do we go about it? That, I think, is why we're here. So I did not come here to do my own keynote address. So let me give you what I was given to give you. Distinguished delegates, members of Diplomatic Corps that are here, MCT leadership, Tanzania and Kenya, resource persons. I've mentioned some of my brothers that have known each other for years, Aidan, Max, and others, honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen. I stand before you today with a profound sense of duty and gratitude. It is an honor for me to address such a distinguished gathering of minds and practitioners at this 14th East African Communication Association Conference. And as I said, we extend a warm welcome to all the participants to this beautiful country, and we hope you enjoy your stay. We also extend our deepest appreciation for the organizers for taking their time and coining this work, making sure that Tanzania becomes a good host for this. And we are delighted to our President Samia Suluhu Hassan, the President of the United Republic of Tanzania, whose visionary leadership continues to steer our nation towards unprecedented heights of development. Her commitment to advancing the media sector is evident in the strides we have made in promoting media freedom, enhancing professionalism, and fostering culture of accountability. Distinguished delegates, I also wish to commend the organizers once again for this conference, especially the School of Journalism and Mass Communication at the University of Dar es Salaam, where we are, for this exemplary work, and for this theme, that Africa and the global dialogue on media and communication, which resonates deeply with the challenges and opportunities that our media landscape faces today. It is a timely reminder of the interconnectedness of our world and the critical role that Africa must play in the global discourse on media and communication. Dear brothers and sisters, media is an essential pillar of democracy, as I echoed from what the previous keynote speaker said. It is through the media that public opinion is shaped, transparency is upheld, and the foundations of national development are strengthened. In Tanzania, we have witnessed a profound transformation in our media landscape, driven by technological advancements, legal reforms, and socio-political shifts. I am pleased to report, and this is not a public secret, it is rather a public secret, to report that Tanzania has made commendable progress in enhancing media freedom, and according to the 2024 World Press Freedom Index, we found ourselves, after all these efforts, on 97th positions in this year, comparing to 143rd position in the year 2023. We are committed to do even better in the years to come. This substantial improvement is not a mere statistic. It reflects the concerted efforts of the sixth phase government under President Samia Suluhu Hassan, and it underscores our unwavering commitment to cultivating an environment where the media can operate freely, fairly, and without fear of retribution, a cornerstone of Tanzania democratic ethos. The progress that Tanzania has made in this regard is underpinned by a robust legal framework designed to protect press freedom while ensuring this freedom is exercised responsibly. We have undertaken significant reforms to modernize our media laws, aligning them with international standards and best practices. These reforms, ladies and gentlemen, are not only about ensuring freedom of expression, but also fostering a media environment that is vibrant, diverse, and inclusive. Dear colleagues, as we celebrate this progress, it is crucial to acknowledge that with freedom comes responsibility. The government of Tanzania remains steadfast in its commitment to fostering free, independent, and responsible media environment. A free press is a fundamental component of any democratic society, but it must be accompanied by a strong sense of responsibility. We also note, in this digital age, where rapid and spread of misinformation and disinformation has become a global challenge, the role of the media in upholding truth and integrity has never been more critical than before. The media must be vigilant in its duty to inform the public with facts and to provide a platform for diverse voices and perspectives. Ethical journalism must be the bedrock upon which our media houses do operate. We as a government, on our part, we are committed to supporting the media sector in this endeavor. We have established mechanisms to facilitate dialogue between the government and the media stakeholders, ensuring that concerns can be addressed constructively and collaboratively. We are also investing in capacity building initiatives to enhance the skills and professionalism of our journalists, equipping them to meet the demands of a rapid evolving media landscape. I'll pause there and then I'll say something that belongs to me. So when I was appointed on the 15th of June this year, the following day I was tasked to join the team. My colleague Kipangula is here and the rest of the Department of Information Services for the annual media sector development conference that took place here in Dar es Salaam. And during her opening speech, President Samia said two things that keep on ringing in my head all the time. The first thing is the government does not have the monopoly of ideas, and that the media is there to support the government in making sure that these are the ideas that are out there, voices of the people, you know, as also part and parcel of the government day-to-day businesses. 1, 2, the government does not compete with the media or does not intend to compete with the media. One of my first visits, I visited Jamii Forum, and some people asked me, why Jamii Forum of all the places? Are you sure you want to start with Jamii Forum? We are not competing. We are partners in helping our societies attaining the levels of development. We are all players into making sure that we give the society what they deserve. And the media is right there, the bridge between the government and the society. So don't quote me. That was not part of the speech. Leave it here. Did you record that? Anyway. Oh, is it live? Okay. I'm busted. Anyways, moreover, encourage all the media enterprises to operate with robust management practices akin to those who well-structured businesses. This approach will not only mitigate financial challenges that we know that some of our media houses do face and becomes as a setback to their day-to-day conduct, but also it will enhance professionalism and independence that are indispensable to any credible media house in doing their business. As we look forward, ladies and gentlemen, to the future, it is essential that our media continue to play a central role in the national development agenda, and not only in Tanzania, but in East Africa and Africa at large. The dissemination of accurate and timely information is critical to enabling the public to make informed decisions, whether concerning health, education, infrastructure, democracy, development, whatnot. That it remains a key conduct to the sector. Furthermore, the media should not forget that it is instrumental for the sector in promoting social cohesion and national unity, particularly as we approach significant events such as local government elections. Our previous speaker mentioned, we have local government elections coming up in November this year, and also general election coming up in 2025, that is next year. The media has the bigger role to play to inform citizens of their rights to vote and to be voted for, but also to participate actively in these key decision-making activities. For us in Tanzania, ladies and gentlemen, we expect the media also to play a role in helping the government to make sure that citizens are informed about strategic and transformative projects that touch their lives on a daily basis. We have, among others, the ongoing standard gauge railway, SGR, and also the Julius Nyerere hydropower project, among others. These initiatives are integral part to our national development agenda, and Tanzanians, and beyond Tanzanians, they deserve to know what the government is doing and where their money, the taxpayers' money goes. So the media has a bigger role to play on that one. I urge you all and every communication expert to intensify their efforts in educating the public about these projects and other key projects, just to make sure that the national development agenda is well known. The media also has a critical role in safeguarding our democratic processes. We've spoken about it as we prepare for these upcoming elections, and I call all the media to uphold the highest standards of journalism, ensuring that the coverage of electoral processes is fair, balanced, and impartial. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now in an era where technology is rapidly redefining the media landscape. Among the most transformative of these is the advancement of artificial intelligence. So I will not bore you. You know, Microsoft has spoken about artificial intelligence. Who am I as a government to talk about this? You know, but what I would say about this is we as a government, we are aware of the potential that AI holds for this industry. We are resolute in our commitment to fostering an environment that is conducive to the adoption of these new technologies in the media, ensuring that our journalists and media professionals are equipped with the requisite skills and tools to harness these advancements. However, as we embrace AI, we must be vigilant about the ethical considerations that accompany its use. The deployment of AI in the media raises critical issues concerning the privacy, accuracy of information, the potential for algorithmic bias, and the implications for employment within the industry. The government is actively engaged in developing policies and regulatory frameworks that will govern the ethical applications of artificial intelligence in the media sector, ensuring that while we capitalize on the benefits of the technology that comes with it, we also safeguard the integrity of journalism and protect the livelihoods of our media professionals in Tanzania. Dear friends, to support this transition, the government is investing in capacity building initiatives, designing to equip our media professionals with the skills necessary to thrive in an AI-enhanced environment. We are also exploring strategic partnerships with other organizations, locally and international, and technology companies to provide the training and resources that will enable our media sector to remain competitive in this rapidly evolving digital landscape. In this context, it is also worth noting that the government is committed to ensuring that the adoption of AI does not exacerbate existing inequalities within the media sector. We are committed, particularly focused on supporting local content creators and ensuring that AI is used to amplify diverse voices rather than marginalizing them. The development of local AI-driven solutions that cater to the unique needs of Tanzania media landscape will be a key priority as we move forward as a country. Ladies and gentlemen, the government remains unwavered in its commitment to creating an enabling environment for the media to flourish, and will continue to do this. This includes addressing critical issues such as an establishment and optimal utilization of the Media Training Fund, which will be instrumental in supporting the continuous professional development of journalists in the country. We also recognize the paramount importance of disseminating content that is not only safe, but also reflective of our cultural values. To this end, we will continue to collaborate with media stakeholders to ensure that the content delivered to the public is of the highest quality and aligns with the national interest. To conclude, the future of media in Tanzania, we see it as a very bright future coming ahead with the efforts and directives that President Samia keeps on putting on this sector. But its full potential can only be realized through our collective efforts. This is not the job of the government per se. So we look forward and we call upon everyone in here to go hand in hand with the government in ensuring that this future that we are looking at of media in Tanzania is realized. We must work together to address the challenges and seize the opportunities that lie ahead. As you engage in the discussions and deliberations during this conference, I urge you to bring forth your diverse perspectives and experiences. Together, we can cultivate a media landscape that is not only vibrant and dynamic, but also deeply anchored in the principles of truth, fairness, and social responsibility. To this point, I extend my deepest gratitude to all those who have contributed to the success of this conference. I also wish to express my profound appreciation to the media professionals who continue to dedicate themselves to informing and educating the public. Your work is invaluable to the ongoing development and prosperity of our nation. Thank you, and I wish you all a successful and fruitful conference. Thank you.
A big round of applause. Thank you very much, Mr. Tobias Makoba, Director of Information Services and Chief Government Spokesperson for such a great overview of the media landscape in Tanzania and also the role of the media. Allow me to invite two questions only for the two keynote speakers. And we shall be, ushers, can we have the microphones ready? As I invite our two keynote speakers on the stage, so that when the questions are raised, they are able to respond. So I'm only going to invite two questions. One, yeah, I've seen one hand over there, and yes, another hand is there. Can we have the microphones ready? And Mr. Shengoma, can you start? Karibu.
Thank you very much. The previous presenter, the keynote speaker from the government. My name is Diologue Shengoma. I'm originally in Tanzania, but now I'm in South Africa taking my PhD in communication. Yeah, I will talk on the issue of artificial intelligence. Yesterday we had a very nice debate on applying artificial intelligence in Tanzanian media context. So in this regard, I would like to maybe, one of the concerns was whether we have policies, or we are in the process of developing policies that should govern the application of artificial intelligence in the media, especially in Tanzania. So I'd like maybe to hear from the government what's your take and what so far the process is in regard to developing policies relating to application of artificial intelligence in the media. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The second question.
I'm from, Mr. Spokesperson, and I'm a professor from China, from Communication University of China. I'm the director of Africa Communication Research Center. According to our study, we noticed that a lot of African countries face a lot of problems as to the practice of journalism, and also what is the fundamental philosophy for African version of journalism instead of following the Western journalism. So far in China, we develop very fast, and media play a very key role, like what you mentioned about, to link the government and the public, and to fulfill the government, the national development agenda. And that is what we call constructive journalism. And I really hope that, the Tanzania media, and also the Tanzania media professionals, and even the African media professors can, look east and look at how, to not just look west, but look east to see how China developed so fast and what kind of role media played in this role. Instead of just think Chinese media are doing propaganda or it's not independent, I think that's too simple to think in that way. So African need its own version for, media and journalism perception. I totally agree. I was excited to listen to your speech. You really mentioned the very good point about the social responsibility and how the media work with the government instead of competing with each other. I really think media, because African is facing a lot of development challenges. So how can media professionals, and media practitioners and the government work together to make the country developed? So I really like to, this is just a comment, but I like to continue to talk more and to establish more conversation with the local media professionals. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So we have the two questions. And I know the first question was directed to Mr. Tobias, but we can also have an experience from the US. So please, welcome to respond to the questions. You can start with any question, that's fine. Yes.
No, it's okay. I'll allow it. No, Thank you very much. Very interesting questions. I'll start with the second question. About 8 or 10 days ago, I was in China. And I went to attend a conference on more or less the same that we're doing here, the partnership between Africa, China, media cooperation. And though you posed a comment, let me add one or two things. First, I think the media landscape, you cannot do it on your own, where we are today. Block the barriers and say we cannot reach out the rest of the world. You have national interest that you need to air and to share with the rest of the world. But also with these projects that some of them I've mentioned here, you need not only your own citizens, but the rest of the world to understand what you're doing. It's part of accountability. Now, how do you structure your media landscape? That is something that we can talk about. But as I said, 1, cooperation. 2, not the monopoly of the idea, but also 3, partnerships, reasonable partnerships. So Tanzania is open to partner with all the like-minded states and actors in the development, not only in the sector of the media, but also in other sectors as well. So we are open-minded to that, and we look forward to, as I said, I was in China, and we discussed diversely on how other countries can cooperate, not only with China, but also all the other like-minded. So we are open to that. Coming to artificial intelligence, as we are seated right now, someone is in the lab somewhere, crafting something, coding, developing new softwares, new programs and all that. So there's speed. The question of speed on how the technology advances is something that we need to catch up with. So we are reviewing our policies, as I mentioned during the keynote address. And one of the components that really we are working at to invest more resources is on artificial intelligence. So soon, we in my office is sort of an epicenter of all this. We have ongoing activities that we have a team that is seated in Arusha at the moment that, apart from the conference that I mentioned, they are also discussing the same agenda on how do we review the policies that are in place to accommodate the advancement of the AI. And once we are ready, we'll involve all the other key stakeholders. There have been initiatives at the past, but also we have new initiatives, as I said. The industry is evolving at a very high speed. So if we can go an East African way, even Uganda, and so let's discuss more. Yeah. Thank you. Any other question? Now for myself, before I leave. Yes, ma'am. Good.
Okay, I have to repeat, or you understood? Yeah. So, talking from a position in a Western university, but I've been living in Africa quite long during my life. But what I miss in this debate is the freedom of expression and the independence of media. You are talking for the government, you talk for the company, and I miss the media talking here, independent media. I think that is very important. During these 2 days I'm sitting here, I'm receiving messages about the Maasai who have to leave their lands in the north of the country. These are issues that journalists have to discuss, because there is the point of discussion with the government, and also probably with companies who create messages. So where is then this freedom of expression in the relationship between government, companies, and media? I think that is very important, because protecting journalism means that they can say anything they want.
Thank you. Should I say that I take note of that? Because it was not a direct question, and thank you. So I know there are sessions coming up, and there will be players that will discuss more to that, but thank you for the comment, and I take note. Thank you.
Amy? Yes.
Thank you for these wonderful questions. I appreciate hearing them. In terms of some of the first questions about style, I think news organization and journalist should be supported in finding their own voice and their own style, the style that resonates with them authentically to tell the stories as they see fit. So whether that's by adopting or learning from others, I think that's a healthy approach. But in the end, I think it's always authentic when one speaks from one's own position and context. The ways that we are trying to work with journalists is by helping them maximize the benefits of AI. So, for example, enabling journalists to cut down time spent on things like transcribing or researching. We really want to have AI tools to focus more on the parts of their jobs that they enjoy and are best at. So AI is not going to go out into the street and interview people. We can sit here for another several hours, but it's not going to do that work. It's not going to figure out what topic needs to be shined a light on. That's what journalists are supposed to do. And while AI is not a better one, we really want to help people and journalists be able to do these jobs in the ways that is most useful and effective. And to the question about freedom of expression, I think that's such an important value. Our team helped create information and one of those, the top principle of those, is protecting freedom of expression and protecting the right of consumers to create and share the kind to up-ranking authoritative sources, making sure we're not profiting from disinformation, and down-ranking unauthoritative content. And so the approach we're taking is how can we empower users and consumers with tools so that they can make the kinds of decisions that they want to make. So one example is that we have a plugin that you can download on the Edge browser that becomes for news sources. As it relies, they assess the credibility of a particular source or article or publication and the degree to which that adheres to accepted journalistic principles. Does that have a byline? Do you know where the money is coming from? Now, it doesn't say you can't read this. No, you can read it, but it's trying to create awareness in the information environment and empower people to make whatever choice they want to make. So it's by increasing the number and ways of creating trust indicators meanwhile protecting, of course, the extremely important value of freedom of expression.
Very much. A round of applause to our keynote speakers. And allow me to take them back to their seats as I invite Mr. Dunstan Kamanzi to come and introduce the next topic for the plenary session. And he's going to use 5 minutes only to do that presentation. Mr. Dunstan Kamanzi, karibu sana. Mr. Dunstan Kamanzi is, a round of applause as he's approaching the podium, is the director of Tanzania Media Foundation. Karibu sana. Ushers, can we now arrange the seats for the plenary session? We need 4 more chairs on the stage as Mr. Dunstan is introducing the topic. Karibu sana.
Good morning. honorable guests and esteemed colleagues. Our topic today is on the potential of citizen-centered innovations for sustainable progress in the media and the communications sector. Because of time, I will just touch on the three aspects. The aspect of empowering citizens and content as content creators, and the collaborative journalism and crowdsourcing, and the aspect of fostering community engagement. We live in an era where the media landscape is undergoing rapid transformation. Traditional models of journalism and communications are being challenged and reshaped by technological advancements, changing consumer behaviors, and a growing demand for transparency, accountability, and inclusivity. At the heart of these challenges lies a powerful force. This is the citizen. And today, I would like to explore how citizen-centered innovations can drive sustainable progress in our sector and why it is imperative that we embrace this approach. And I will be sharing what Tanzania Media Foundation, where I am the executive director, what we do to enable journalists and news media organizations to explore the citizen-centered approaches in the promoting public interest journalism and accountability journalism. Now, I talk about the empowering citizens as content creators. Now, these citizen-centered or centric innovations have created citizens as of citizen-centered innovation is the empowerment of individuals to become content creators. With the advent of social media platforms, blogs, and other digital tools, ordinary citizens have gained unprecedented access to platforms where they can share their stories, experiences, and perspectives. Now, this democratization of content creation has enriched the media landscape, bringing diverse voices and narratives to the forefront. But as we have been discussing here since yesterday, this does not only come without any challenges, as we were talking about dis and misinformation, and because the citizens are not well equipped to manage these kind of innovations, and so we see a lot of mis and disinformation. Now, here is now where we get some kind of responsibilities in the media as media professionals, where we need to empower the citizens to know how to use these technologies and for the advancement of democratic values instead of disrupting our democratic values and states of democracy. And the second issue I want to talk about is the collaborative journalism and crowdsourcing. Now, another dimension of citizen-centered innovation is the rise of collaborative journalism and crowdsourcing in an age of where newsrooms are shrinking and resources are limited. Collaboration between professional journalists and citizens can lead to more comprehensive and impactful reporting. Now, crowdsourcing source data, eyewitness accounts, and citizen reports can provide valuable insights that might otherwise be overlooked. For example, during the natural disaster, citizens' reports have often been the first source of information guiding emergency responses and media coverage. By harnessing the power of the crowd, we can enhance the depth and reach of our journalism, ensuring that no story goes untold and no voice unheard. So, collaborative journalism does not only mean collaborating with only citizens. We at TMF, we promote collaborative journalism where we bring in subject matter experts, because we know that journalists, in order to cover in-depth reporting or public interest journalism, they need to have some kind of understanding of the subject matter. So we bring in some subject matter experts to equip journalists to have some kind of good knowledge or be well informed into the ways they can engage the citizens and discuss more issues with citizens when they are well informed. And what we do is we collaborate with universities and techie companies who come in now and help journalists to understand the issues of technology and see how they can use them in their reporting. The other thing which I want to talk about quickly as I complete this introduction to our topic is the fostering community engagement, where sustainable progress, we say, in the media and communication sector cannot be achieved without genuine community engagement. Now, citizen-centered innovations enable us to create media that is only for the people, but also by the people. When citizens are actively involved in the creation, dissemination, and discussion of media content, it fosters a sense of ownership and responsibility. And here is where we talk about iterative journalism, or we talk of citizen-centric journalism. And so we talk of engagement platforms that allow for direct interaction between media organizations and their audiences can build trust and transparency. Now, whether through online forums, social media, or community meetings, these platforms encourage dialogue and feedback, helping media organizations to better understand the needs and the concerns of the audiences. This, in turn, leads to more relevant and impactful content, and this is what we call iterative journalism, where the type of which is the type of journalism that deploys new technologies to make the news process highly interactive and responsive to the needs of its readers. The mentorship programs we conduct at TMF, we do this in order to make journalists get capacity on community engagement and how they can engage the people and use these technologies to engage the people and get stories from. So when we engage citizens or journalists, we give them capacity to understand how they can engage the citizens and get stories to develop. For the unserved communities, we have limited access to digital technologies. TMF supports community media, especially radio stations, to conduct what we call community-powered programming, where community members, together with journalists, gather together to discuss pertinent issues that need journalism attention. And journalists, based on information obtained, conduct in-depth investigations and produce programs. Now, challenges and opportunities. So we say while the potential of citizen-centered innovations is vast, we must also acknowledge the challenges, issues such as misinformation, digital literacy, as we have been discussing, and the digital divide pose significant risks. It is essential that we address these challenges proactively by promoting media literacy, ensuring equitable access to digital tools, and fostering a culture of critical thinking. These have been discussed since yesterday. At the same time, the opportunities are immense. Citizen-centered innovations can lead to more diverse and inclusive media, greater accountability, and a strong connection between the media and the public. And by embracing these innovations, we can create a media ecosystem that is more resilient, adaptive, and responsive to the needs of society. Now, to conclude, citizen-centered innovations hold the key to sustainable progress in the media and the communication sector. By empowering citizens, fostering collaboration, and engaging communities, we can build a media landscape that is not only dynamic and diverse, but also deeply connected to the people itself. As we move forward, let us embrace these innovations with an open mind and commitment to excellence. I think by that I have introduced the topic. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dunstan. Let me now invite to the stage moderator of the next panel session, or this panel session, Mr. Aidan Eakuze from Twaweza, and the panelists, Jan Ajwang from Media Focus on Africa, Uganda. Please, let's take the stage. Oh, okay. Thank you. And Maxence Melo from Jamii Forum. David Omoyo from Media Council of Kenya. And Mr. Ernest Sungura from the Media Council of Tanzania. Karibuni sana. Viti vimekwisha andaliwa. Mr. Moderator, we have an hour. We have an hour for this session. Yes. And later we will add 10 minutes for the discussion. Karibuni sana.
Good morning. I think we could do this with some coffee, no? Amy, I feel your pain. How are you? This is supposed to be a citizen-centric session. And for now, you play the role of citizens, okay? We shall be the media over here. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Aidan Eakuze. Sorry for being a little bit naughty. But I would like us to have a conversation about this very important point which Mr. Dunstan there has introduced so wonderfully. And I like to try and remember things in threes and rhyme or start with the same letter, so much the better. So what did Dunstan tell us about? The things about citizen-centric innovations? 3 C's. First C, content creation. Citizens as content creators. We can talk a little bit about that. Second C, collaborative journalism. Citizens as collaborators in the process of creating media products, information, news, analysis, etc. And third, community engagement. So in this phrase here, there's this thing called, and the global dialogue. I think there was a time when in media, really, it was about communicating to a mass audience. You didn't really understand who they were. You were communicating a message, a viewpoint, a perspective. But now, in this day and age, there's much more back and forth and dialogue. So if the theme is about citizen-centered innovations for the media, we have a panel here, 2 of whom are doing really serious innovating in citizen-centered journalism, and our colleagues there on the end, not because I don't like you, I like you very much, are about how do we make this thing ethical, full of integrity, we can trust it, there is a certain element of responsible journalism, even if citizens themselves are journalists. So self-regulation, right? Bwana Ernest and Bwana David, you know, the media councils. So this is the conversation we want to have, but maybe let's start by asking, and I want Jan that I'd ask you first, what is citizen-centered innovation? What is the content of that? What exactly does it mean?
Good morning. Good morning, and thank you all. Fellow citizens, do you feel that you are at the center of this conversation? Yeah, so when it comes to citizen-centered, that means that the intentions, the aspirations, the expectations, the feelings of the citizens a priority in how we are talking, how we are communicating, and how we are engaging. That's one. And then the innovation is inspired by what the aspiration and the expectation of the citizens are. As you spoke about that, I thought about the traditional media theory of the hypodermic needle, where they just come and inject information, you know, like open your brain and power. We are the presidency, we are the chieftaincies, we are the ones. But now this time it's a change. You flip it, and now you find out what is going on, what are you feeling, what are you expecting, and it's from that that we are able to come up with an innovation that is, one, relatable and relevant to what's happening in the societies around us. And so in the traditional sense of describing our word, citizen-centered innovation is making sure that the innovation is actually responding to the needs and expectations of the public, of the citizens, and not just what we have written, what we have planned. And so I think that should do for a start. So you work in Uganda. Could you give us some examples of the work that you do that centers the citizens in the media work that you do? Part of our work at Media Focus on Africa is to make sure that the voices of the grassroots are represented in conversations and in decision making. And so what, for example, we do is to make sure the news, for example, as it appears in papers and what is broken down, further to the citizens, and we have dialogues and conversations to get their interpretations and their understandings of what it is. And it's from this information that we actually come up and make up innovative media products like, well, this is what I've been saying, this is what the people are saying, and that's where the content is inspired from. So the phrase bottom up have been hijacked by politicians sometimes, but it's essentially, it's almost the same, that, you know, you must get it from what the citizens are doing. And so when you take back the content to the citizens and they actually recognize, oh, this is it, and then they come up with solutions that are relevant to their context, and these solutions are fed back to the system and the policy makers, and then there it's actually genuine compared to when a leader comes and says that, you know, we are going to build for you a road across the street because the road must be across the street because I have won the tender and because the owner of the tender is my cousin. And no, it has to be based on the expectations of the people. And indeed, it's a challenge because journalism must reach everyone. And how do you do it in terms of supporting the citizens? Like, you must go and support journalism to do that. And that's partly the role of media development. Yeah, so that's just one. So you get the news, interact it with the citizens, get it back to the citizens decide how they should move forward, and then you direct you direct how certain things should be. And could you give us an example of sort of one of the outcomes that you've seen as a result of your work that really puts the citizen at the center, that says to you the citizen's voice was heard on this particular one? There are many, but one is there's a project we did a while back, and a politician, hearing the citizens' aspirations because they wanted more dialogue and conversation between two different ethnicities to move forward from a previous conflict. And this is what they wanted. They were willing to move and work together, and that was what the aspiration was across over maybe 1,000 citizens in the conversation. And this is what they were presenting to the politicians, but they were already doing it. Yeah, and because of that, they had homegrown solutions to their problems, and this bothered the establishment because the question that came back to us when we were working is that who has told you that this is what the people want? And the answer is the people are there, just have this conversation with them, and that's the meaning of participation. Yeah, and so there are about very many communities that we've worked with, for example, in post-conflict regions, who have actually decided to work across cultural lines, across political lines, just for the sake of development, you know, just setting out their differences aside. But it has been in the interests of certain establishments to sustain certain narratives for their benefit. And those narratives are injected in the media, and they're injected in the media ownership. And so sometimes preparing the citizens to have a mind of their own, and not just a mind of their own, a mind where they actually know that they have a role to play, yes, makes them make more informed decisions every day, but especially when they are coming to the ballot. It's very easy to detect, to do a scorecard in your mind and know that, you know, this is what we want and this could cause us some problems. Yes, yeah, so I've seen reconciliation, I've seen a lot of peace building going on, I've seen collaborations in community work and a better understanding of the media when it's presented in a way that it's part of the community needs, other than coming up with a pedestal and saying, you know, this and that, yeah.
Thank you. I think that's a great example. Let me come to you, Max. Those of you who don't know Max Sense, he is Executive Director of Jamii Forums. And let me borrow your microphone. And Max Sense, you have a very powerful forum. How do you use it to engage citizens, and especially to build a bridge between citizens and the authorities? How are citizens using your platform? What are you enabling them to do? What are the applications or the opportunities that you have put in front of them that are new and innovative, especially in our context in Tanzania, that allow them really to have an influence on what is going
on? Thank you, Eden. A very good morning to everyone. I've been introduced to Maxence Melo, the Executive Director of Jamii Forums. Well, we build safe, secure platforms that can help citizens to exercise their right to freedom of expression, but to hold meaningful and honest conversations. So we have been in the space for over 20 years. And among other things that we do is creating those safe and secure spaces like the current one, which most people might be aware of, called Fichua Wovu, which is a whistleblowing tool that whether you want to whistleblow a certain kind of case.
Max, you have to translate Fichua Wovu.
Oh.
Whistleblowing makes it sound so tame.
So it's
what does Fichua Wovu mean?
So Fichua Wovu is a local word for Amy. So it's a Swahili word, which means just disclose some probably corrupt moves. I don't know how to put it in the English context, but in the local context, we do understand that something is happening. Just say it. So we decided to create that tool to make sure that people can whistleblow stuff anonymously. You might have an account on Jamii Forums. You may not have an account on Jamii Forums, but still can you whistleblow it? Over the past 9 months, we have received more than 1,500 submissions from citizens. But when it comes to the reactions, we got less than 100 responses from state actors, so we decided to rethink on strategic collaborations with state actors. So there's Governor spokesperson, that's why he paid us a visit. Nowadays, I wish he was around, we have more than 16 actors who are coming to the platform to collect those voices and start responding to issues. As I speak to you, we have more than 300 responses from this government. It's like fix my street, fix our problems, and most of people will be like, we'll meet in the ballot box. But the aim is to empower citizens with the right tools which will guarantee them of their anonymity when they're whistleblowing something, but to make sure that their issues are heard. Now, we have collaborations with state actors like the Anti-Corruption Bureau, the police, and also the local government authority, because they are the ones who are mostly concerned of working on lots of concerns. So Minister of Health, Minister of Gender and how do you call them?
Community development.
Yeah, community development. So we have most ministries on Jamii Forums responding to citizens. But again, we came to realize that in the age of AI, as she mentioned, there's a lot of mis and disinformation. So we created a local platform called Jamii Check. It's a local solution to counter mis and disinformation. There's a lot of Swahili context that AI cannot pick. So in the Union of Tanzania Press Clubs, also we work closely with the SJMC, the School of Mass Communication. We build capacities to the youth at the university level, St. Augustine University in Mwanza, SJMC at the University of Dar es Salaam. Also, we have a network of journalists, around 300 journalists under the press clubs, under Union of Tanzania Press Clubs. So we do information fact-checking in the local context, but in collaboration with other actors in the space.
Why is that an innovation? You know, the officers that you mentioned, government officers which are collaborating with you, Anti-Corruption Bureau, Ministry of Health, they also have phone numbers, hotlines, addresses, email addresses, all sorts of things for citizens to be able to engage with them. Why is it that you think that your platform or your solutions is an innovation and could be more effective?
Well, they might have those numbers, but people nowadays want to see what they reported is worked on. So I speak to you, we are developing a tool which will be infographic on what people reported and how the government is responding, how responsive the government is. But also, making a call is one thing, but presenting things visually, because under Feature Wolf tool, the whistleblowing tool, it's evidence-based kind of reporting. Our people, our citizens do attach images. If they see a corrupt cop, they'll take pictures. They will tell where exactly where the location is and how to reach out. But most of these people who are whistleblowing these cases would love to remain anonymous. But also we have civil servants who sometimes are mistreated. They need some not make a call. There are some kind of government initiatives, but as a neutral actor, we are a civil society, we are not just a tech as Microsoft. As a neutral actor, we make sure that we safeguard their right to privacy, while we make sure that we hold the government into account to make sure that they're responsive to the issues that have been presented by citizens.
So I have two final questions. You are not a media house. So what kind of animal are you? We're in a media space here. Lots of engagement with citizens. You're not a media house. You don't get a license from the government to run your operations as a media house. And yet, and so this is the second part of the question, how many people come to your forum and engage with the content therein sort of on a daily basis? You know, you have these metrics. So you're not a media house. What are you? And how many people are you attracting to your space?
So let me start with the numbers. On daily basis, we get more than 3 million people visiting the platform. But are we a media house? No, because we don't have journalists who are processing information. We are a medium. So we give you access to the information coming from a common citizen that a journalist can process to become news, but also to help the government or other actors, authorities or private actors, to get to know what are the concerns from citizens, actually meaningful kind of content. And what we do, we amplify. You can call us amplifiers. What we do is amplifying through other digital platforms. That means TikTok, Instagram, Twitter, which nowadays is X, to make sure that whether you're on Jamii Forums or out of Jamii Forums, you still can be heard.
Thank you. So you're an amplifier. Okay. Very dangerous sort of people. I'm going to come to David. David, you are the director of the Media Council of Kenya. Kenya's been in the media lately. And quite a bit of it has to do with media, actually, and especially the organization, their voices, the protest in June and July. What was the Media Council of Kenya's view and perspective on the use of media, especially social media, electronic, digital media, for that kind of organization that was quite citizen-centered, citizen-driven, and energized? What was going on through your heads as Media Council of Kenya when this was happening?
Greetings from Gen Z of Kenya.
Please don't come and visit us.
And they are willing to visit anybody across. Anyway, what we saw was a very bold move of these citizen and youth-led communication platforms, not just being avenues for mobilization and ideas, but where literally people call each other to action, and they do that. So that beyond, because there is a slogan that goes, oh, this is kelele za Twitter, you know, this is just social media noise and all that. But I think in June, then the Gen Z showed us that we can mobilize on social media, and what we agree to do tomorrow, we can do it. I need to highlight that, well, apart from the content level and the mobilization, the locations and all that, these guys were able to mobilize and form associations of them, where to donate blood, who to provide ambulances, where we'll get, they will get refreshments and all that. It was really a system. And then surprisingly, at the end of the day, at around 6 p.m., they get to the city center, they appoint DJs, and they party until midnight. They tell the police, just wait, we have done our day, and we do that. Then the next day, they let the city run. We got surprised at that. But then they moved further, and to show us Gen X and millennials that we are fairly illiterate. The traditional media that we know, the Facebook, X, and WhatsApp and all that, they moved into Telegram and their own other. So we will never know that they mobilize each other. We'll just find 2,000 young people suddenly appearing in an office. Nobody knew, and the intelligence will not understand and all that. So we saw that opportunity that, number one, beyond just sharing of information and calls to action, they moved further and acted on their own. That ability to not just come out, dress in a certain way and carry specific things, but also organize certain systems of first aid, medical evacuation and all that. We thought that was really... But number two is that we therefore noticed that it is, especially us in the regulatory realm where we try to set norms and rules and all that, that the rise of the internet and these platforms, things can happen before our very eyes, and we do not know. We talk about, especially frequency spectrum managers, about the guys are regulating air, you know, mobile telephony and all that. So we realize that this air, in that broader sense, has unlimited opportunities. It's infinitum, that people can come and do something within the airwaves, and none of us would understand. But if you look at that, long before the technology came through, the mobile phones and all that, those of us like you and me who have these Gen Zs or the Gen Alphas at home, these guys already modified the language. They can sit at home and talk about their parents, and you never understand what they're saying. They can have a long discussion lasting hours within the living room, and you have no idea what they're saying. You do not know which language they're saying and all that. And I think now then the gadgets have allowed them to do that. Not just use a language we do not understand, but even move onto platforms people cannot understand. We hear, I cannot confirm that they were even able to devise softwares that were able to penetrate the police and intelligence communication. They're able to hack the police and intelligence communication, the Gen Zs, and therefore they know what the guys are saying. So what we saw is, what can I call it, the impotence of regulatory frameworks and regulatory machinery. And you will notice that even the reaction of government was initially, we will clamp down on you, but then we realize, but we do not know where you're going to gather. And therefore, can we have a talk? Can we have a discussion around it and all that? So really, from the regulatory level, and where we talk about ethics and all that, we realize that we need to put mostly matters of ethics and values, because it is possible now for citizens either by age or educational backgrounds or regions and all that, to mobilize without using a known media platform, without using, what we know that we can regulate. X, we can write to Elon Musk, we can write to Meta and all that. They can come up with a system and do that. And I think what we are seeing mostly now is a little panic from the regulatory spaces about, we did not know that all this can exist. And that takes me further. We were discussing a little earlier with the fellow panelists about the arrest of, in France, of the founder of Telegram. I would call it literally an exercise in futility. If you remember when we had the US intelligence try to arrest the Apple founders and all that about ability to hack, and they said, even us, we have no ability to access people's phones. The moment people buy an iPhone, even we, the manufacturer and the seller, lose our capacity to do that. And I think we are going to see there where people therefore come, and I hope the Jamii platform guy is going to get that, where people, you get a platform and give it to people, and you do not have a back-end control of it. The problem of that is that now it brings what we call the end of power as we know it. The center of control and all that we do. You innovate something and it runs and takes a life of its own. I will finally conclude that takes us to that is going to overrun them. So this citizen centrism, these innovations, and these abilities for people to utilize the internet and other platforms is such a way that we have a fear that this is going to overrun even those guys who form it. It has already happened to the iPhones. We are not very sure about the Telegram guys. I don't know whether we have guys from France here, but at least we have France's neighbors in the audience. They will tell us. But what we learned is that now it is possible for citizens go either create their own platforms and utilize them and make sure they lock everyone out. You are within them, but they will discuss while you are here and they will move out and action. That ability to move from online to the ground and do practical things was the opportunity of innovation under the fear that so much can happen around you and you have absolutely zero control about it. I think that's the new challenge.
Thank you, David. You said a few sentences there which are quite challenging. I want to ask Ernest to reflect on them here. The first sentence was the exercise in futility of arresting somebody who is owning or has innovated a social media platform such as Telegram or Jamii forums as an exercise in futility. What can you do, you know? Or the other one even more terrifying was the end of power as we know it, or the loss of control, or the complete dissipation of power amongst citizens. How does one, you're a regulator, self-regulation, how does one think about that world and the role of media and ethics and principles in such a vastly changing world driven by the technology? What are your thoughts?
Thank you. I'm Ernest Sungura from the Media Council of Tanzania. Good morning, all of you. I'm just 7 months old at the Media Council of Tanzania, and also I'm only 2 months as the chairman of the Network of Independent Media Council in Africa. I think to respond to that, in my views, there is a need, a self-regulator. I think there is a need to really collaborate with the government, to do more of engagement with the government. Because at the point where one, maybe the founder of any social media platforms like Jamii Forum or Instagram or Telegram, the way I see it, if we want to make things more conducive, is more of the engagement with the government. Because while we are talking about being self-regulators, but we know there is a government and is setting policies and is setting some regulations. And I know my colleague from Kenya, they're more of a co-regulator with the government. But on our side here in Tanzania, we are more self-regulators. We are being set by the media practitioners. So what is more important, I think, is more of engagement with the government so that we can have conducive working environment. And in case there are anything that have been unethical that demand or push the government or any government machinery is arresting founders, there is government behind. And if we have set a mechanism where we have that collaborative and engagement approach, I think we can all understand that things might not happen or might not come to waste.
Can I ask you, maybe I'm being a bit unfair, governments tend to be a bit nervous about opening things up for citizens to talk and say and engage. How does one persuade government authorities that this is actually healthy for a democracy? It reveals information which they otherwise wouldn't have gotten, like Fichua Wovu, right? And it helps them do a better job at governing and service delivery. What case do you make, what argument do you make to governments which are nervous about that?
I understand the government is always nervous, but I know people who normally put the government in power. I think the starting point, in my view, it should start with the people in terms of digital literacy, so that they can understand, because the nervousness of the government is also about how the citizens are going to react. If they overreact, then it might affect their move as government. If they have set any policies, and if they have set anything that need to be done in a peaceful manner, they can fear the citizens. Now, I think, in my views, we need to invest more on the digital literacy, so that the citizens can have this understanding on how to I mean, if they want to come up, like you were talking about Gen Zs, if they can have that, some ethical considerations, and this will only come out after they have been empowered in a way. We have been doing this empowerment, women empowerment. Maybe we can also move to citizen empowerment generally, and more specifically youth empowerment, because they are the ones who are the most feared people. You talk about in Tanzania more than 70% are youth, then this is a population that I think we need to empower, so that whatever they do is that ethical consideration, so that the government cannot fear about them, or they cannot be nervous.
Max, you gave us some examples of engaging with students. Could you, amplify? You're an amplifier after all, right? What Ernest said about empowerment of citizens to use these tools responsibly.
Well, having tools is one thing, but having the tools being used by citizens, I don't know how to put it, but it's just completely another thing. So when we created a tool, actually I've seen someone, Kalunga, he's over there. When we came up with the tool, it's when we were trying to rethink. I went through some kind of journey which is not friendly. After going to court 159 times in 5 years, it was some kind of trauma to me. But after the cases came to an end, we had to rethink on how do we re-engage, because we came to realize it was just the government against us. That's why the government spokesperson said, we are not in a fight. We are trying to collaborate, to rethink. So I had to go back to the ones who were dragging me to court. What is it that we are doing wrong that you guys don't get? It's just a matter of getting to understand what is on the other side. We came to realize, actually, they thought we are the ones who were writing the content. So we had to let them know, actually, these are citizens that who voted for you. And they said, you keep complaining. We don't have a solution that is clear to us. And also, one of the things that we came to realize from the government side is that they said on social media, when they go to X, Instagram, there's this kind of algorithm bias. I don't know whether you face the same kind of thing. You're scrolling, then the whole thing refreshes. You lose track on where you were. So we had to create that tool and then make sure that we have several kind of tags that once you're looking for stories from common citizens that are citing on issues, on pressing issues, you can see them easily. That's why probably you have seen Mdau wa Jamii forums. Those kind of voices are from local people, from those local areas, from Mwanza, from Pemba, from Unguja, from the southern part of Tanzania, Mtwara. But these kind of voices, which are evidence-based, are now being collected by the government to work on issues. And you might see a lot of statements from the government responding to such issues because they know those are the true voters, but you have to engage, re-engage, and sometimes you have to disengage.
Ah. Sometimes you have to disengage. Maybe I'll have them ask you those questions. I'm coming to you for comments and questions. Anybody is burning? Because before I give the last word to Jan here, get ready, because I'm going to ask you questions then if you don't have anything to comment over here. Jan, this word empowerment, I want to build on what you said about that politician who said, who told you those people want? Empowerment sounds really nice when you're here in the media and the NGO space, and it sounds terrifying to people in government and politicians. Doesn't it, or am I being unfair? You know, you say you empower citizens to prioritize, to communicate, to amplify. How do you engage? How do you make government slightly less nervous, more collaborative with you, really wanting to engage with the work that you do?
Okay, even when you're a woman and you're in a panel, you're empowered, you know, all of these things about empowerment. Sometimes it's abstract. One can be abstract. Second time it can be used as a poster card for excuses for not doing the right thing, right? And so I am going to speak to both sides. So in terms of empowerment, these governments have so many commitments. They say we shall do this, we shall do that, we shall do this. They have visions for I don't know how many years. You know, we look to have a digitally inclusive Africa, East Africa, and everything. But when it comes to putting the hands in the mud and the impact that comes with what you're doing, that's where the problem comes in. So the empowerment is okay until it becomes a threat to perhaps the political environment that is happening. You speak about health, and you speak about nutrition. You get the women to talk about their businesses. That's okay. That's fine. If the women start demanding accountability for the money that is meant for them, for even that small business, that's where the empowerment now comes to question. And so now we must appeal to the consciences of the politicians and those in power. Are you for us or against us, right? If you're against us, just take your position and say it, yeah? But if you're not, then you must allow to move collaboratively with the citizens, because when the citizens are empowered, it's also actually good for the country. It's good for development, right? And so then we again must ask ourselves whether those in power are actually the right people in power and whether they found themselves in the right way, because we are trying to do the basics, but when they stop us, that means their motives are not genuine sometimes. So empowerment is good for the citizen, but sometimes it's a threat. When it comes to digital literacy and empowerment, it's very important that people know about how to be online, how to understand how to behave and all of that stuff. But the government has a bigger role to address the limitations, you know. Their access limitations, you know, that sometimes are actually intentional in some situations. So then you have people who know, imagine the Kenyan Gen Zs knowing everything to do with the internet. That's a limitation. And sometimes limitations right? And I come from a place where we have gotten online, and you call other people, are you accessing? No, I think there's something going on, you know. So there's a certain kind of restriction that actually affect the meaning of empowerment, and so we must find a way to address matters of national security, for example, actually genuine matters of national security to the limit. And in terms, and just allow me to say this, in terms, if you look at the demographics in Africa and the rural-urban divide, especially in terms of digital, we must ask ourselves, what is innovation, you know, in Africa? What is innovation in what in the metropolitan, in the rural areas? So, for example, I talk to young people in a rural area, maybe in a refugee community, their version of speaking back to power is meeting after a football match. And there's no digital connection there, but they will go to the next community meeting and you'll see them chanting and you'll see them raising their voices. How do we define innovation? Does it have to be associated with technology? Or should we again profile the context of innovation and the context of audiences, especially where some restrictions are intentional, to prevent some people from benefiting maybe from digital inclusion. So those are the challenges. And so even when it's 2024, you can think you have a brilliant innovation and then a team calls you that, but this might not work. And so when it comes to Jamii Forum, if Jamii Forums came to certain regions in my country, it looked beautiful, but certain
powers.
Yeah, and then yes. So do we make our version of Jamii Forums a meeting of young people in a football pitch and still speak back to power? That's the catch-22. So again, what is empowerment? It depends on the political will.
Mm. And also innovation, what you're saying is innovation is not necessarily the digital technology, right? If you can have another different process for voices to be amplified, to be heard, information to be shared, organization to happen, it doesn't necessarily have to happen in the digital technology. I have a final question for my friend David. Money.
I have no money.
This needs to be paid for. I know. Do you have any for me? No. But on a serious note, the business model for most media activities is really disrupted, including perhaps because of citizen-centered innovations. Can citizen-centered innovations actually revive media houses, or are we thinking of a different animal in terms of media in this region here, where people are so connected, so digitally organized, and are not reading newspapers, hardly watching television, still listening to radio? But how is this affecting the business model of media houses, your members in the media sector in Kenya? What are they saying about this?
Well, they're saying too many things. What we are saying is very initially when we had media set up, in very media history, we had media set up to bridge the information gap. And we principally had either state broadcasters and then private sector media came in to promote democracy and promote the flow of information. And later on, people realized that when you have control to media, it is good, so the advertising rate cards went up, and people came in as businesses. And so we had guys coming in to invest in the media sector. We have Reginald Menki in Kenya, we have SK Macharia, there are media services, and all others and all that. But we have reached a point where, especially in liberal countries like Tanzania, fairly to Kenya, where we have headless investment. People, you are neither responding to a business need or a lack of information need. Just because there is a frequency available, people just to do that. You want to buy for political seat somewhere, and you open stations, you also get yours. And it is, you only finance it on the 90 days of campaign there, and that happens across. And you know that it's just chaotic and all that. But I think the biggest challenge we have is lack of comprehensive media policies, because the policies are these overarching guidelines and principles that show limits of licenses and all that. We go to Kenya in some very small regions like Meru, for example, not the Tanzanian Meru version, which is the Masai, but we have a Meru region which has 10 television stations and 16 radios.
How many? Sorry?
10 TVs and 16 radios in a region. And you ask, the economy here cannot sustain this number of media houses. And the diversity of voices among this community is that it's 2 and a third or at most 4. You know, like the US, we have Democrats, Republicans, and a middle one, which is really looking for the probable winning side and all that. So when you have 16 divergent voices about an issue, it's worse than a market. So we have that problem. But number 2 is, and it's something I was meeting our new Minister for Information this week. Of course, the Gen Z helped us get a new set of ministers. They called cabinet secretaries. And I told her that we're organizing a meeting in the next few weeks with the media sector players about big tech. Because while advertising has moved from the big screen in the living room and on the radio, there is still advertising, and it is being taken by Elon Musk on X and Facebook and all that. And the problem is that these guys touch their adverts on content. So you have a good news article, that's where they attach the advertisement to carry that, isn't it? And then they take the money. So the person who did the content, which is the channel via which the advert was carried, they are not getting their money back. And so we think that we need to have a honest discussion about what percentage of the money they get comes back. I know we have this tension between Europe and the US because big tech is American. Europe wants to get a pie of it. I think we've seen Australia and Germany really say that, look here, if big tech is going to be in Atlanta and all that, and then we have a lot of content from Europe and advertising consumers from Europe, we need to get a bit of the money you get. So what has happened, I've seen that over the past few years, is that when you try to get such a discussion structured, big tech comes and quickly splits the media house. You say we want to have a Tanzania media house a discussion with Google, for example. Google will sponsor Mwananchi editors conference on one side and another media house to make sure that we do not have a nationwide discussion. And I know we have this discussion with the senior chair, Anna Sungura, in the East Africa Press Councils, that we have a regional discussion with big tech. Because so that you don't split us into too many small groups. We say that the media houses in this region, we have this quantity of advertising money coming out to the big tech. We have this media, what revenue sharing model can we have so that we know what amount of money comes back. And I think that is the only way, because we are moving from, most of our world was founded on not just British and American. We had slavery in plantations. We had a lot of slavery in coffee plantations and sisal plantations and tea plantations. We are now having slavery in social media plantations. We have big plantation owners who own X and all that, and we have a lot of content developers who are being paid in cents, while the owners of the plantations, seated somewhere in big air-conditioned rooms in the US and other places, are taking a lot of money. Unless we find a way to technologically find that, we're having a lot of big slave trade. People have to work very hard, sweat it out, and the money is taken by the big guys. So we have now modern-day slavery in plantations, which are not physical pieces of land, but we have virtual plantations. There is a lot of money, and the money is going elsewhere to the big person, and we have many young people here writing and generating content, the money going. That should be a discussion we hold as a region and maybe latest countries.
Wow. That's an image I didn't think I would get, but I'll have to process it. Virtual plantation. Sorry, Jan, you wanted to make a comment on that one, a brief one, and then I want to invite comments or questions from the audience.
Right. I think in terms of citizen-centered communication or engagement, I think a missed opportunity to really stay on audience research, which many media houses are not doing. The assumption that because, like you said, X is doing what, we shall do it, but what is the data? What are the citizens saying? What are the audiences saying? Have we asked them? And we are not doing that. When we do not invest in audience research, we are actually shooting ourselves in the foot, and eventually it will come back to a sustainability question. Now, sometimes you find that everybody thinks it's going to be a political talk show at 7 p.m., and so you turn on the radios, and across the board, everybody is talking about who is going to take over this political, the next transition and everything. For example, what do the citizens want? Are they even listening? Is this something they could talk back about? What if they're interested in health? What if they want to know about education? Have we asked them? And what if we have very many partners who are willing to invest in this subject, but because the media have a template that they're not willing to break from, and they have a capping, they will always think that the sustainability question is always an external question. But it's an opportunity to introspect and ask, how is the media template looking like in East Africa? what are the opportunities for it to be changed, to change? What are the low-hanging fruits that can bring in the everyday money that can support quality journalism before we go out and start addressing the advertising problem? And I think that's also a real challenge right now, because still the numbers are saying there are still many people trusting and following mainstream media, despite the fact that also social is growing.
Sounds to me like what you're saying, both of you, is that the business model hasn't changed, even though the content, the collaboration, the content creation, the engagement has completely upended how we consume and engage with media. The business model needs to catch up. How is it going to be paid for? So, over to you. I've been listening carefully. Are you there? You are there. I can see 3 hands. And I'm going to start with the lady at the end over there. We'll come to this hand over here. First one over there. Then you, and then we'll come to this gentleman over here. You guys are losing. We start the lady. Oh, where? We have maybe 15 minutes for this, so if you can make a short, sharp comment or question, it'd be fantastic.
Thank you. My name is Leah. I have a question particularly for Mr. Ernest Sungura. So I have had the honor of knowing Mr. Sungura, I think, from the past 25 years. When I was a trainee journalist coming to The Guardian Limited, and he was already one of the editors by then. And then, Mr. Sungura, you later moved. I believe you were there when Tanzania Media Fund started, when it was called Tanzania Media Fund. And then you left. And then you, at one point, you became the managing editor of Uhuru Publications, which is owned by the ruling party, CCM. And then you left. And now you're with the Media Council of Tanzania, so like really different. My question is, how have you been able to incorporate citizen-centered communication in those really different areas that you have been the boss, and the challenges that you have had to encounter, especially when you were the editor of Uhuru Publications, and the lessons learned?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. There's another hand over here.
Thank you. My name is to Mark. I really want to understand how and when one should disengage, and on what context. And from your previous past experiences, was there any time in your career life that you really had to disengage, if you mind sharing with us? And another one is to my lady from Uganda. I hardly read or hear a lot of things from Uganda. I know Kenya and Tanzania and sometimes Rwanda, we do have a lot of space wars, especially in X, and people will be exchanging this and that. But from Uganda, apart from the general, the president's son and president himself, we hardly have a lot of people. So I want to understand, what is the popular digital platform in Uganda, and what sort of content is shared? Is it really engaging, and is it really actually giving us the scope of how and what people from Uganda, especially the young generation, think about their situation? Thanks.
Thank you. Let's have a third one from this gentleman right here. And then we'll come for short, sharp answers, and then we'll come back to you. Okay?
Okay, thank you. I'm Jean-Pierre from University of Rwanda. At the same time, I'm Vice Chair of Rwanda Media Commission, self-regulatory body. We are talking about citizen-centered journalism, citizen-centered innovation. This is our side, the side of practitioners. But at the other side, you have that is citizen journalism, where everybody, any type, can publish anything through social media. And in Rwanda, we have a challenge about media law, which allows it its own or his own or her own website to publish anyhow. I would like to know about David and Ernest. How do you deal with that citizen journalism vis-à-vis media freedom, vis-à-vis freedom of expression, and when you compare the laws, we have freedom of expression. The other side, we have media regulation. How do you deal with that citizen journalism? Thank you.
Thank you. So those are three. We have some quick answers. We'll start with Ernest, and then I think Max and Jan, and then David, you answer about that issue of websites and citizen journalism regulation.
Thank you. With the Uhuru Media Group, where I was the group CEO, and underneath there were 3 different companies, just to make clarifications, because Leah has referred to Uhuru Publications. Uhuru Publication was just one of the media outlets or auxiliaries. There were other channels like Africa Media Group, which owned Channel 10, and Radio Uhuru. They are all under the ruling party as they are as we speak. So the question was, how did I use citizen-centric innovations when I was at Uhuru? I'm not sure whether it has something to do with the political party, but I was independent, professional, and the only one thing I remember, I created I can just cite 2 examples. One example was creating a Uhuru Vijijini campaign. This Uhuru Vijijini campaign is focusing on the rural areas, exploring issues from the rural areas. And the way we are doing it is more of engaging the citizens. And how we were doing it, we were actually bringing the stories close to people. I mean, we go to particular area in the rural areas, we assign all these different channels, radio, TV, and newspapers. And I mean, we assign journalists. They go there in advance, like a week or 2 weeks before. They engage with the citizens. They get stories from the citizens, and they produce content for like visuals, and they also do the same for radio. And then after they have done their research and created the content in one of big screen in an approach of cinema approach. So then we will start to air the content. We had package from like 4 o'clock until late, I mean like late evening. Of course, we will invite some guests, including government officials, at that initial stage to open the campaign. But after that, then we start to air what we have produced. So we air, they can view themselves. They can see, oh, wow, that is my mom. That is my daughter. That is, you know. And we have collected all the information within the proximity. And in terms of the newspapers, for example, Uhuru, you will be amazed that citizens were really now, it's only 1,000 shillings to buy a newspaper. But because the content was reflecting on their proximity, we were taking thousands of newspapers, Uhuru newspapers, and they were ready to buy. And this is what even prompted me to create another product, quality ones, and we called it Uhuru ya Kijani. And I know some of you, the Tanzanians, you can reflect Kijani with the ruling party. And this Uhuru ya Kijani, then we are trying to connect from the people to the prominent, to the leaders, so that they can also take actions on that. That is one typical case that when I was at Uhuru, to me, that was a citizen-centric innovation. And you just said, Aidan, is not necessarily innovation necessarily means technology. So that was also one of them. The other thing we did, I think, it was about instant messaging. And this was like, of course, it was also an advantage for the ruling party because we created, of course, in collaboration with the TTCL, the government agency on communications. So, I mean, in terms of information, though it was targeting members of the ruling party, but there were some informations, pertinent informations, and we are using that instant messaging so that everybody, even from far rural area, they can know about whatever action that need to be taken. Though it was targeting members, and you know, members of the ruling party, they are more than 80 million at that time. So they could take action, they can act on anything immediately because of instant messaging. And instant messaging, I think, it has nothing to do, I think, with the internet, although it's technology as well. So, but that is also another thing that I can say is citizen-centric innovations. That's about Uhuru. I don't know whether Leah also wanted me to
you know, learning is one thing, relearning is a good thing, but when it comes to unlearning, it's a hard process. Now, when you start engaging, especially with state actors, for the private sector, it's something that at least it's a mutual kind of understanding, but some state actors, when you engage, the local context, you do understand that there's a certain kind of director general of a certain kind of institution has been appointed, and they're pro-people or they're pro-citizen. And then when you start engaging, they get a better understanding. You sign an MOU, you have clear terms and how you're going to engage, how they're going to be responsive, and such stuffs. Then a new guy is appointed who is against actually what you're doing. They want to know who is behind that content. And can we get that whistleblower? Can you stop this kind of information going to the public? Can you amplify this kind of message, actually, which is sometimes propaganda? You're like, that's not our mission. It's time to disengage.
Okay, I like your short answer. You were asked about Uganda, so you do audience research. Answer the lady. What do Uganda, what platforms are there in Uganda?
Well, all platforms are there in Uganda, but it's the usage that varies. Generally, there are about only 10% of the population in the country that actually are active users of the internet, but that doesn't mean just of the internet. When it comes to social media, it's actually slightly lower, and then active users oscillate between Facebook and Twitter. But lately, we've seen a growing number of young people appearing on TikTok because it doesn't have, there's little pressure to be excellent in how you're communicating there. No offense, but there people can just post anything and say anything and everything. But in terms of conversations about the future of the country, you find them quite a lot on Twitter. And I must say it's quite very elitist sometimes, and may not be one that every person on the street would be interested in really engaging in. Why you do not hear much of it is maybe because you haven't put Uganda on your feed. Okay, joking. But there are also some regulatory restrictions over the last maybe 10 to 5 years that have affected how people use the internet. So previously we had a tax that was there that affected the cost of internet and the access to internet, especially for young people, because it meant you'd have to spend a certain amount of money daily for that. Then that changed into something else still, which is a restriction to expression, especially if it's costly or if you have other priorities. I mean, if you had a plate of food and then the internet, what would you prefer? So
Some prefer the internet.
Some prefer, yeah, of course, yes. Some prefer the internet, and if they have the means, they would do it. If they don't have the means, then they would work with survival. So that problem, but the conversations go on, and for me, that's why I'm very interested in the informality of innovation, because a lot of decision making is happening outside the digital spaces. I mean, if 10% of the population is enjoying, and we're about almost 45 million, what does that mean? If there are about 2 million active users of Twitter, I mean of social media, and of them about maybe 1 million to 900 on Twitter, that's like a drop in the ocean in terms of inviting Gen Zs to go to the street. You put them on Twitter, that's why you find only barely hundreds showing up compared to Kenya, you know. But if you would get that conversation on radio, perhaps you'd find more people. But the only problem is that the media ownership of radio is heavily politically embedded, and so certain messaging will not really appear. And that's why for me, I'm interested in the conversations happening in drinking places, interested in the conversations happening after church meetings, interested in the conversations after the football games, because sometimes there's limited control there. And so it's a catch-22 in Uganda because, of course, the political environment is totally different in Africa, and so people will find themselves online, but they will use it maybe for social conversations, so a little bit of business and everything, get to understand what's happening in the political space, but they may not be that dedicated to perhaps use the internet to overturn political system, although there are efforts which have grown over the last 2 years to try and demand accountability of leaders. We had the exhibitions, we had a parliamentary exhibition, the portal exhibition online, where actually people could just go and take pictures of a portal and post it there, and that is really demanding accountability from the public service deliverers. And because these are a secondary target, they can be found online and are able to respond. But in terms of reaching general citizenry, I think that an opportunity for growth and more access across the board.
Thank you. Our time is almost up, unfortunately. But how do you regulate citizen journalism?
No, just before I get there, I need to note what they spoke about, where we have low social media use in Uganda and Kenya. We have a lot of those fights. Someone tell Uganda, someone tell Kenya, someone tell Tanzania. What I've seen the youth in Kenya do this. So if it's Tanzania, we switch to English. They will disappear. Don't worry. If it is Uganda, we swarm them. I noticed that in Kenya, the youth have found a way of hacking Safaricom, the mobile service provider, and they have a way of retrieving the bundles of people that had expired, and so the company calls back, and then they share that bundles among themselves so that they arrange a war. So when we have like someone tell Nigeria or South Africa, there's a bit of mobilization of Kenyans, guys contribute internet bundles to each other, then they schedule the hours to go and fight and all that. Maybe that lot of organization. But about regulation, media regulation and all that, goes back to a discussion we had before, but the difference between public interest and national interest. I think public interest is what the people want. National interest is what the government wants for the people. That's just my definition. Number two is that journalism, they say, is the art of writing or broadcasting what someone does not want done. Anything else is public relations. And many times government does not want many things said to the public. But ideally, so we combine, it is, the press freedom of a country is directly proportional to the general level of democracy in a country. You can't drag press freedoms way above the other freedoms, you know, freedoms of assembly, expression, and all that. So regulating social media platforms, the challenge is everywhere. I saw that in the UK, you do a lot of arresting the guys and all that. But that's naturally Europe. They try to make sure that people are orderly and all that. Unlike the US, in Kenya, and I've seen a lot of that happening in our neighboring countries. In Kenya, because you mix up all the freedoms, so that even when we have a misrepresentation of facts, you find that people say if you start stopping people from expressing themselves, you're going to infringe on other people's rights. And therefore they are able to bully government and make so much noise and occupy ama kusalimia. What was they do? The secret mostly is media literacy. We've spoken about technology is evolving faster than the regulators can do. So you need to give people and citizens literacy to be able to pick out fake news, disinformation, the deep fakes and all that. So then people can sieve and understand for themselves. I think a government that can barely control traffic on the road cannot control traffic on social media. So we need to get less and less of policing and empowering people to be able to pick the truths and be able to digest themselves. Otherwise, the big-handed government that we had in those days, and I know we live in different levels of democracy, is not possible anymore. We are in Kenya, we have these debates about satellite internet coming in now, so you want to cut this stuff here, but now you can get a dish somewhere in the forest and you access that. Therefore, I think empowering citizens to be able to pick what is relevant, to be able to debunk misinformation and disinformation, and teaching people the effect and impact of engaging in disinformation and spreading fake news, and engaging the big tech owners so that they can slow down that is more important than attempting to. If people are doing something on social media and you're chasing them around on the ground with a rungu or a baton or a bullet, it won't work. The whole idea is different. So it's a combination of those. Citizen journalism, media information literacy, ethics training for media consumption and media production is more important, without throwing away the role of the regulators as the people who protect public interest and make sure that both governments, the media, and the public operate within their circles and respect the dignity and space of each other. Thank you very much.
Thank you. May I thank you to my panel, ask you to thank my panel, and please accept my apologies. We didn't have a second round of questions, but I hope it has provoked some thinking in you. You can find them and ask and engage with them afterwards. But otherwise, thank you very much and have a fantastic rest of the conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, moderator and the panelists. It is now time for a coffee break. We are going to spend 15 minutes at the coffee break. It is served at the lounge room. And after the coffee break, we shall proceed to the parallel rooms for the parallel sessions. And I would like to remind the moderators of these parallel sessions that lunch will be served at exactly 13:30 hours in the afternoon. Thank you very much, and I wish you a fruitful day ahead.
Very beautiful morning here in the Library Auditorium of the University of Dar es Salaam, and we're honored to have this conference here in Tanzania. The conference was good and brilliant presentation from the expertise and communication gurus from all over the world. They are here to present various findings and research concerning what is going on the media and journalism sector here in Tanzania. I have some of the participants here in the conference. He go to mention his name, and also what he or the opinion concerning the conference and the morning session. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
Doing good. Yourself?
Okay. What's your name and where do you come from?
Dr. Abdisazarai from Addis Ababa University in Ethiopia.
In Ethiopia. How do you see the conference today?
Well, I think it's a very fascinating conference. This is my first time actually coming to East African Communication Associations. If you look at the representation of people around the world, more than about 25 countries are being represented, and the divergent views that are being presented and that are being presented, and also very great panel discussions being carried out that are very informative, and I think it shows that really media and communication scholarship is progressing in the continent.
Giving experience from Ethiopia, how does the AI affect the ethical journalism and ethical and code of conduct in disseminating information to the public?
Well, I think with reference to artificial intelligence or AI, the reaction is mixed bag. On one hand, there are people who are skeptical about artificial intelligence and is coming and then taking away jobs from X and Y, Z, and others as basically, well, the world is actually moving fast and technology is here and it's not going to go away, so it is up to us actually to adapt. And I think the debate is in between these two different categories. But from my perspective, I think technology is going to be there. It's not going to replace journalists. It's not going to replace professional journalists on the ground. But I think in order to enhance the capabilities of journalists and media institutions, it is of critical importance for journalism organizations in order to adopt artificial intelligence in the newsroom in terms of boosting their capabilities of analysis, as well as graphics and different ways of organizing ideas and disseminating to the wider public. Yes, as I said, there is epistemological paradox, which scholars basically talk about it. Traditionally, the institution of journalism is bestowed upon the idea of fact-checking, the idea of bringing truth and factual and objective information to citizens to make informed decisions. On one hand, now you are saying that fact-checking and other staffs are being to be aided by artificial intelligence. So are you going to relegate, or are you going to abdicate our responsibility of producing this factual knowledge to the unknown quantity, which is artificial intelligence? So the intellectual debate is still going on, but I think at the end of the day, there has to be some kind of, finding a middle ground where you can use technology, but at least not uncritically simply celebrating technology, but also critically looking at it, but also embrace its potential in order to really put into the positive effect.
Thank you, Doctor. Have you ever presented anything or findings in this conference?
Yeah, mine is going to be tomorrow morning.
To be tomorrow.
Yeah.
Can you give a brief, what's exactly you are going to present?
Well, it is related to patterns of, journalistic harassment in African continent. So we're specifically referring to the Ethiopian context, and the title is The Cost of Dissent in a political structure that is characterized by political marketplace and a phenomenological study of independent journalists in Ethiopia. So I'll be excited to present it tomorrow.
Wish all the best, Doctor.
Thank you, sir.
God bless you.
God bless you.
This is Doctor from Ethiopia. He's going to present, and we have another guest among the panelists in the last session here in the morning. Good morning, madam.
Morning, how are you?
I'm great. What's your name and where do you come from?
My name is Jan Ajwang and I work with Media Focus on Africa.
And how can you comment on citizen-centered journalism and how it's affected by the innovation of AI and the rapid growth of social media content, as we see in Africa and the young people used to utilize these social media platforms and social media platform and also social media to generate content and interact with the globe.
Okay, in terms of citizen-centered communication or innovations in journalism and communication, that means we must find out what the citizens are thinking, feeling, expecting, and use that to come up with our media and communication such that we are not being irrelevant to the people who are consuming the news. That's one. The other thing is that if you are not a journalist, if you're not a professional communicator, and you're going to do what journalists do, you really must learn the basics of fact-checking, verification of news, meaning no harm, because now we have people who think that they can be journalists just because they have a platform. No, the basic good manners of how you treat people and how you communicate must be understood. And though you did not go to journalism school, find out how the journalists have been doing it over the many years to be able to have very clear communication online. Do not use your platforms to discredit other people, to drive propaganda, to disinform people. So that's totally different. And so I have challenges with when people call themselves citizen journalists and they're not doing the basic ethical communication. And so yes, the platforms are there, but a certain level of responsibility is required. In East Africa, that's very important, that we don't just go on the internet and just talk, but there should be a certain level of responsibility and self-regulation on it. But of course, limitations must be removed to access to the internet, that people can be able to express themselves. They don't have to call themselves citizen journalists, just express yourself. But the moment you call yourself a citizen journalist, then you're actually getting into a territory that requires the level of responsibility.
Okay, the issue of deep fakes and user-generated content about the AI, it's one among the things that have been discussed. And once it's come to that, there is an issue of ethical and the code of conduct to follow so as to disseminate information that reflect the social reality in the communities. What do you think is the government and the media in Africa and across the globe should possess or should they enact in order to ensure that all issues have been discussed and the key focuses have kept in order to ensure that the global journalism or the information that are communicated to communities are reflecting the reality and constructive to development?
I think that when it comes to deep fakes and AI, right now we are at the beginning of the introductory phase of understanding for very many people, not all, especially journalism on one hand and also communities. So the first thing is we're at a point where we need to do a lot of literacy and training for journalism, but also media literacy for non-journalist users to understand how journalism works, how communication works in the digital spheres, how can they be able to detect certain things, and how are they able to debunk certain things. So we are at a point where a lot of information, a lot of sensitization must be done. That is for the general public, but there are people or maybe the opposition, discredit journalism, discredit anybody who's questioning them. So we really need to be alert, and perhaps maybe when journalism has been trained about how to do that, they can be able to fact check and quickly debunk the information that is put out there.
Shortly, what's the importance of this, like this conference, like this EACA conference, and to gather the communication specialists for the and expertise for the development of the industry?
It's important because we find that there's a lot of experiences in East Africa that are similar and shared, and when we meet together to talk and express our challenges, we're able to brainstorm and find possible realistic solutions that are relevant to where we're from. And that's very important. You come and you learn from somebody else and say, oh, this can be replicated, or this doesn't work, how can we move forward? So there's a lot of learning, but also there's also networking, but also it's some of the decisions
Much is one among the participants who have been talking about the issues of AI, issues about the deepfake, and we discuss a lot about how we can implement what we are agreed in the conference like this in order to make it implemented and a practitioner to the community, and to focus on the development and constructive journalism. I have another participant here. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. My name is David Omoyo, the CEO of the Media Council of Kenya.
The CEO of Media Council of Kenya. Can you give a little bit experience about how the youth and young people in Kenya use the innovation of science and technology, especially in social media, and the rise of emerging technology of AI to generate content that reflected the social reality of the Kenya and East Africa as well?
I think what the youth have done is break down content and be able to generate content which is real and practical to them, other than leaving all the work to mainstream media and journalism platforms. So what social media has done and innovation is allow every youth, in whatever they are, using the mobile phones and internet technology, to generate content that is relevant in their context, either it's medicine or agriculture, education, transport, and all that.
Okay, one among the issue that you are focusing is order to ensure the well-being of the industry, especially to journalists and media in the country, in respective country. So, can you give a little bit experience from Kenya? What's the key focuses, code of conduct and ethics that media in Kenya, you set for media in Kenya in order to ensure that all content with shared and constructed for the community are reflecting the realities and not distorting the actual things that are happening in the community?
The media in Kenya operates under what we call the code of conduct for the practice of journalism, about ethical work, doing no harm, being accurate, avoiding hate speech, avoiding incitement and all that. That's principally the foundation of the media practice in Kenya. And we have a self-regulation and certain peer review mechanisms to make sure that we do not have a misuse of those platforms. Secondly, we have a Media Complaints Commission, which ensures that if we have any content generator who goes beyond what is required, they are brought to a hearing, which is a very democratic constituted hearing, and they are reprimanded and stopped. But thirdly, we are also generating a code of conduct for Kenyan bloggers. So even social media users now are bound by a code of conduct, which stresses public interest, accuracy, fairness, and doing no harm. Yes.
The world faces the diverse of changes in the technology, and we hear a remark or some concern from the professor from China. participant here. We are going to discuss also about what is presented in the morning. Welcome, madam.
Thank you.
Welcome to Tanzania.
Asante sana.
What's your name and where do you come from?
I am Sister Professor Agnes Lucy Lando. You can call me Sister Lando. I'm from Daystar University. I'm a professor of communication and media studies.
As a professor of communication and media studies, what's the gap in media, in African media, when disseminating content concerning the GBV?
I think as a media professor, one of the challenges that I see at the moment is news is no longer controlled. You don't have to have gone to a school of journalism or a communication university in order to start disseminating information, but also consuming the same. So we who are in the academy, we are being called upon to be vigilant, to strike balance between what is in the academy and what is out there. Because you find even children, even youth, even older people, information is always on the phone or on the computer or on the internet. So they're able to access that with or without the knowledge. So that has its own strengths and challenges.
Do you think that these campuses or schools that teach people to become media and practitioners or expertise on communication have trained enough those people to counter-check the problem that are really facing the community concerning the GBV?
Yeah, they have trained quite a bit. If you look at the University of Dar es Salaam or Makerere University or Daystar University that have been in the forefront of training communication for many years, you'll find that in every media house there's one graduate from these institutions in the region. However, like I've said, that information is always evolving and internet is there. So it is a challenge for us. We need to up our game. Like until recently, I was the Director of Research and Graduate Studies at Daystar University. And one thing I was trying to push, which is still the case, is that we need to conduct continuous research to inform our teaching and to inform our community service. Because when we do research, then we're able to establish from the communities what are the needs. Even if it's GBV, what are the needs, what are the gaps, what do we need to establish? So that's where I find the place of research in journalism, communication, and even GBV.
So what steps should be taken by the media organization in Africa and as well as this university that prepare communication expertise?
You know, in our African society, if you're going to maybe cut firewood and you have a tool, either a djembe or a panga, you need to keep sharpening it. Yeah, sharpening it. So media practitioners, journalists, and even communication and professors in journalism and media studies, we can't sit pretty. We can't say it is enough. We need to occasionally sharpen ourselves, go for conferences, go for workshops, go for ongoing trainings, and that's why I'm very happy with the EACA 2024 here in Dar es Salaam, because it's opening our minds, it's opening our ears. The things I've heard from yesterday when the conference was opened, and today and in the breakaway sessions, you're like, I didn't think about that. Oh, Rwanda is doing that, Somalia is doing that, Uganda has this. So we are getting more information and more enlightened. I just want to challenge the communication journalist practitioners and also the academy to keep sharpening their tools. Haitoshi bado, we need to keep going on.
Have you ever presented a paper?
Oh yes, I presented one yesterday here in this conference. I presented one on technological innovation, which I and my colleague did at Daystar University, and it was well received. So I've presented a paper. Apart from here, I've presented papers in other international conferences, and I'm very happy when we meet as communication scholars, communication practitioners, government, and the journalists.
Thank you so much, Prof, and wish you all the best in the conference.
God bless you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. This is the Professor of Communication in Media from Makerere University of Uganda, and we discuss issues concerning the GBV, issues concerning how the media representation is, and we are going to have another participant here in the conference, and we are heading up to hear from him. Welcome, sir. Hello. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm fine. Well, what's your name and where do you come from?
My name is Aiden Nyakuze. I'm from Tanzania here, and I work with Twaweza East Africa, a civil society organization.
Okay, so what language do you prefer? You can use English or you can use Swahili to raise up.
Audience live, let's use English.
Okay, so can you give a brief about the panel and what are the key issues that you got from the panelists?
So we had a panel about citizen-centric innovations. How can media really do new things that put the citizen, ordinary people, at the center of the work that they do? So that was the panel with some people who are doing that work in Uganda and Tanzania, and then of course some people who are regulating media in Kenya also and in Tanzania, and maybe some key takeaways. The major one is that the media now has changed, in that in the past where we used to be as citizens or media consumers just being flooded with what the editors and the owners of the media wanted to tell us. These days we're engaged in creating content, on social media platforms. We're engaged in actually collaborating as citizen journalists. We provide information for journalists to work on. And we're also engaged in the feedback with the media houses. So it's a very different relationship that we as citizens and consumers of media have compared to 20 or 30 years ago, before the social media technology hit the scene.
We can't escape from the innovation in technology. And as we geared up to make that industry is growing and contributing the positive impact in our community, what is your opinion concerning the citizen-centered journalism and how we as a government and media organization should do in order to ensure that the information that are disseminated regarding to the reflecting the social realities and not harming the communities as well?
I think you put it very well. How do we make sure that they reflect the social realities? You see, in the past, it didn't really. They tried to shape social realities by telling us, you need to believe this, you need to not to talk about that. We can't do that anymore. But at the same time, how do we make sure that it is not harmful to society? And that is where we as citizens and consumers have to become much more responsible and accountable and full of integrity for the things that we say and do, because so many hundreds, maybe thousands, tens of thousands of people are going to be seeing and reading what it is that we're saying and what we're projecting. So we can't do things like say blatant lies and untruth. You can't insult people or lie about them in public, these kinds of things. So we have to become much more responsible as producers of content online, as engagers, as people who are providing information for journalists to package into news and into news products. So technology has allowed us to become much more important players in the whole media landscape. But then that means that we have to become a lot more careful and responsible about how we use that power that technology has given us.
In the last, what do you think that conference like this, East African Communication Association conference and other conference have a significant to ensure that we reduce the gap in our industry and to contribute for development?
I think one thing that's very important is that we get to learn from each other what we're doing, what is working, and maybe what is not working. So we get to understand, maybe I shouldn't try this here, or maybe I should try this here too, for the benefit of my own organization or the media in general. I think the second thing is we need to also collaborate a lot more. Things are changing very fast. Governments are changing rules and regulations. We need to be able to help each other out in understanding, what is happening and how we can collaborate to make sure that the media, the communication sector continues to thrive. And finally, it goes to be a very important driver of progress, of development in our countries. We can't just be sitting back and just merely reporting how thoughts are transmitted, how ideas are shared, and how they're implemented for all of our benefits. And I think if we take on that responsibility, conferences such as these inspire us and help us out to work together in shaping our own collective future.
Thank you so much, and wish all the best in the conference.
Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you. That is the comment from the director of Twaweza, and we are here to also have another participant here, and we are going to discuss with him also. Welcome, sir. Karibu sana.
Asante.
Tulikuwa tuna mjadala mzuri sana kuanzia asubuhi. Tulikuwa tuna wasilisho mzuri pia kutoka kwa baadhi ya watu ambao wamefanya tafiti mbalimbali. kitu gani ambacho unadhani kwamba kimekuwa ni kizuri sana kwako katika mkutano huu leo?
Kitu ambacho nakiona kimekuwa kizuri ni hasa hii mada ya kuhusiana na namna ambavyo wananchi wa kawaida tunaweza kuwajengea uwezo ili watumie teknolojia za kisasa kutokana na uwepo wa masuala ya internet. Na nadhani yakihamasishwa kwenda mpaka vijijini, itakuwa ni wakati mzuri sana wa kuona wananchi wanachukua wajibu wa msingi katika kuleta uwajibikaji katika nchi zetu hizi za Kiafrika, kwa sababu tumeshuhudia miaka yote kwamba tuna viongozi huko juu, lakini wakati mwingine wanaweza kuwa viongozi ambao hawatendi haki, hawazingatii usawa, na wakati mwingine hawawajibiki. Kwa hiyo nadhani imekuwa ni wakati mzuri tunapozungumzia habari ya wananchi kuwa na namna ya kuweza kuchukua hatua za kufikisha taarifa na hatimaye kufanya maamuzi ama hatua zichukuliwe na hao viongozi, kwa sababu ni wao wameanzisha. Zile enzi za waandishi wa habari wenyewe wasubiriwe ndo watafute waandishi wa habari. Nikisema waandishi wa habari, maana waandishi wa habari ambao wamesomea kazi hiyo. Hizo enzi za aina hiyo ambazo nasubiria wachakate kwa muda mrefu na baadaye ndo wafichue uovu na hatimaye ndo hatua zichukuliwe, nadhani zinaanza kuonekana kama kupitopitwa na wakati. Lakini huu ni wakati wa wananchi kuanza kujichukulia hatua ambazo zinawawajibisha walioko madarakani. Lakini njia hizi zote mbili zikitumika kwa pamoja zinaweza kuwa na maana sana katika kukuza demokrasia na utawala bora.
Unadhani sasa kutokana na maendeleo haya ya kiteknolojia ambayo yanayoshuhudiwa, ni hatua gani ya mikakati gani ambayo inafaa kuwekwa sasa kuhakikisha kwamba wananchi wanawezeshwa kiuwezo wa kuweza kutumia hii mifumo ya kimtandao, lakini pia wakaitumia katika namna ambayo itakuwa ni ya uendelevu na si ya kuharibu?
Mikakati mikubwa kwanza miwili. Ya kwanza ni serikali zetu katika Afrika ama Afrika Mashariki zinastahili kuwekeza zaidi katika masuala ya kimtandao kwa maana ya internet. Kwamba sasa hivi kama internet inapatikana mijini zaidi, basi ipatikane mpaka huko vijijini. Hiyo ni wajibu ambao serikali inatakiwa ifanye. Kusiwe na woga. Najua kuna baadhi ya nchi zinajenga woga wa kuwekeza katika masuala ya miundombinu inayohusiana na masuala ya internet, lakini nadhani inabidi ifikie mahali ijulikane kabisa kwamba swala la taarifa ni swala la haki ya msingi kwa mwananchi na kwa taifa, na maendeleo yataletwa kwa sababu ya taarifa sahihi kuwepo na kupatikana kwa wakati. Kwa hiyo uwekezaji katika miundombinu ya aina hiyo ni muhimu. Hilo la kwanza. La pili, ambao nadhani mkakati muhimu, ni taasisi mbalimbali ziwekeze katika kutoa elimu kwa wananchi. Hiyo tunayoita digital literacy iongezeke, watu wawe na ufahamu ili wajue kwamba mitandao naitumia kwa namna gani na kwa kuzingatia maadili yapi, na bila uvunjifu na uharibifu na kuleta mambo ambayo yanaweza kuleta tafrani katika jamii. Kwa hiyo kama ambavyo watu wanaenda shule wakasoma, wakajua kuandika, wakajua kuhesabu, vivyo hivyo nafikiri tuwe na uwekezaji mkubwa pia katika ngazi zote tangu mijini mpaka vijijini, ili watu wawe na heshima tuseme, au wazingatie maadili ambayo yanastahili. Maana hata katika familia kwa kawaida huwa kuna malezi ambayo tunayapata na tunazingatia maadili kulingana na jinsi ambavyo wazazi wetu wametulea. Vivyo hivyo serikali na taasisi mbalimbali zichukue wajibu wa kulea ili watu wakue pamoja na teknolojia wakizingatia maadili yanayopaswa, ili waweze kufanya kazi ya kutumia teknolojia bila kuathiri chochote.
Shukrani sana, nikutakia mkutano mwema.
Asante. Ya kwangu kundo umekuwa fupi sana.
Ni baadhi ya wahudhuriaji ambao walikuja hapa. Some of the participants who are here, and we are discussed about the digital literacy and how the government can improve networking and internet construction infrastructure in the village, so as to ensure that all things that are concerning to the development and the innovation concerning the internet and networking are able to be available in the rural areas. And also the private sector should also engage to interact with the local public, local person, local citizenship, in order to ensure that the knowledge about the digital literacy been discussed and constructed. You can keep on following us from in our YouTube channel Mlimani, and follow us such as Instagram Mlimani TV Official. Also you can follow us on Facebook Mlimani TV Official. I'm Nyamguma Mahmoud, and wish you to keep on watching us and keep on following us. We'll be back soon.
Yes, yes, yes! UDSF and JMC, welcome! for the EACA Conference 34, hosted by the University of Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. Welcome to Dar es Salaam and welcome to Zanzibar. Never is silent.
We're continuing with our conference. This is the second day, and then we're going to go into the third day. So we truly wish for people who are watching us to continue to listen to the debate and the discussion that will be taking place in the next 2 days. It's very exciting, but also what is more exciting, we have a memorable trip to Zanzibar where our delegates will be able to go and visit the heritage sites, go to the Spice Island, go to Stone Town, go to the market. So it will be an exciting day, and I welcome you all, the delegates, to
welcome all delegates for the EACA Conference 34, hosted by the University of Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. Welcome to Dar es Salaam and welcome to Zanzibar. Never is silent. Welcome all delegates for the EACA Conference 34, hosted by the University of Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. Welcome to Dar es Salaam and welcome to Zanzibar. Never is silent. UDS
This is the second day, and then we're going to go into the third day. So we truly wish for people who are watching us to continue to listen to the debate and the discussion that will be taking place in the next 2 days. It's very exciting. But also what is more exciting, we have a memorable trip to Zanzibar where our delegates will be able to go and visit the heritage sites, go to the spa.
Welcome all delegates for the EACA Conference 34, hosted by the University of Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. Welcome to Dar es Salaam and welcome to Zanzibar. Never silence. Welcome all delegates for the EACA.
Our Mlimani Media on YouTube to get all the news that is there about the conference, and it's a very exciting moment, and we wish for you to come and call a friend, and a friend should call a friend to be able to be part of this conference. It's an exciting conference. Karibuni sana, karibuni sana. We're continuing with our conference. This is the second day, and then we're going to go into the third day. So we truly wish for people who are watching us to continue to listen to the debate and the discussion that will be taking place in the next 2 days. It's very exciting. But also what is more exciting, we have a memorable trip to Zanzibar where our delegates will be able to go and visit the heritage sites, go to the Spice Island, go to Stone Town, go to the market. So it will be an exciting day, and I welcome you all, the delegates, to register for the trip to Zanzibar. It will be very memorable and a life experience, but also to continue to watch our Mlimani Media on YouTube to get all the news that is there about the conference, and it's a very exciting moment, and we wish for you to come and call a friend, and a friend should call a friend to be able to be part of this conference. It's an exciting conference. Karibuni sana, karibuni sana. We're continuing with our conference. This is the second day, and then we're going to go into the third day. So we truly wish for people who are watching us to continue to listen to the debate and the discussion that will be taking place in the next 2 days. It's very exciting, but also what is more exciting, we have a memorable trip to Zanzibar where our delegates will be able to go and visit the heritage sites, go to the Spice Island, go to Stone Town, go to the market. So it will be an exciting day, and I welcome you all, the delegates, to register for the trip to Zanzibar. It will be very memorable and a life experience, but also to continue to watch our Mlimani Media on YouTube to get all the news that is there about the conference, and it's a very exciting moment, and we wish for you to come and call a friend, and a friend should call a friend to be able to be part of this conference. It's an exciting conference. Karibuni sana, karibuni sana. We're continuing with our conference. This is the second day, and then we're going to go into the third day. So we truly wish for people who are watching us to continue to listen to the debate and the discussion that will be taking place in the next 2 days. It's very exciting, but also what is more exciting, we have a memorable trip to Zanzibar where our delegates will be able to go and visit the heritage sites, go to the Spice Island, go to Stone Town, go to the market. So it will be an exciting day, and I welcome you all, the delegates, to register for the trip to Zanzibar. It will be very memorable and a life experience, but also to continue to watch our Mlimani Media on YouTube to get all the news that is there about the conference, and it's a very exciting moment, and we wish for you to come and call a friend, and a friend should call a friend to be able to be part of this conference. It's an exciting conference. Karibuni sana, karibuni sana.
UDSF and DMC welcome all delegates for the EACA Conference 34 hosted by the University of Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. Welcome to Dar es Salaam and welcome to Zanzibar. Never silence. Welcome all delegates for the EACA Conference 34 hosted by the University of Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. Welcome to Dar es Salaam and welcome to Zanzibar. Never silence.
We're continuing with our conference. This is the second day, and then we're going to go into the third day. So we truly wish for people who are watching us to continue to listen to the debate and the discussion that will be taking place in the next 2 days. It's very exciting, but also what is more exciting, we have a memorable trip to Zanzibar where our delegates will be able to go and visit the heritage sites, go to the Spice Island, go to Stone Town, go to the market. So it will be an exciting day, and I welcome you all, the delegates, to register for the trip to Zanzibar. It will be very memorable and a life experience, but also to continue to watch our Mlimani Media on YouTube to get all the news that is there about the conference, and it's a very exciting moment, and we wish for you to come and call a friend, and a friend should call a friend to be able to be part of this conference. It's an exciting conference. Karibuni sana, karibuni sana. We're continuing with our conference. This is the second day, and then we're going to go into the third day. So we truly wish for people who are watching us to continue to listen to the debate and the discussion that will be taking place in the next 2 days. It's very exciting, but also what is more exciting, we have a memorable trip to Zanzibar where our delegates will be able to go and visit the heritage sites, go to the Spice Island, go to Stone Town, go to the market. So it will be an exciting day, and I welcome you all, the delegates, to register for the trip to Zanzibar. It will be very memorable and a life experience, but also to continue to watch our Mlimani Media on YouTube to get all the news that is there about the conference, and it's a very exciting moment, and we wish for you to come and call a friend, and a friend should call a friend to be able to be part of this conference. It's an exciting conference. Karibuni sana, karibuni sana. We're continuing with our conference. This is the second day, and then we're going to go into the third day. So we truly wish for people who are watching us to continue to listen to the debate and the discussion that will be taking place in the next 2 days. It's very exciting, but also what is more exciting, we have a memorable trip to Zanzibar where our delegates will be able to go and visit the heritage sites, go to the Spice Island, go to Stone Town, go to the market. So it will be an exciting day, and I welcome you all, the delegates, to register for the trip to Zanzibar. It will be very memorable and a life experience, but also to continue to watch our Mlimani Media on YouTube to get all the news that is there about the conference, and it's a very exciting moment, and we wish for you to come and call a friend, and a friend should call a friend to be able to be part of this conference. It's an exciting conference. Karibuni sana, karibuni sana. We're continuing with our conference. This is the second day, and then we're going to
Sorry. Okay. The rationale of this study, let me have a brief historical background of sport journalism in the world, but particularly engaging female to report into sport events. So briefly, the history of through these references I have read. The engagement of female journalists in sport, it can be traced from 1960s, but these females were involved in reporting stories that is based on female teams, female events. But there are some changes. For instance, in 1969, after the Federal Civil Rights Act in the United States, which promoted the opportunity for women, then they also addressed barriers for women participation in various issues. Now, now there was the chance for women to participate more in sport. However, at that time, women were restricted to enter into locker rooms for covering maybe football, because there were no men allowed to enter into the locker room, so they have to wait for players to come outside and then for conduct interview. But in the end of 19th century, the participation of women have been increased to report on sport events.
but they are mainly based on fashion stories. But as we see now, from that time, there have been some changes, and now we see a large number of women being involved in sport coverage, in sport journalism. So while there have been some stages taken globally since from 1970s, in Tanzania, like many African countries, the presence of women in sport journalism remains remarkably extremely low. So the main gap here is to understand the persistent challenges faced by female sport in being involved by female sport journalists in covering sport events. But in this juncture, I'm looking on Tanzania context. So our study has three main objectives. The first one was to examine the role of editors in fostering greater female participation in sport coverage within the Tanzanian newsroom, but also we intended to investigate the perspective of female sport journalists on sport news reporting. So we wanted to cover some perspective from the female sport themselves on how do they see their roles in sport coverage events. But so we intended to identify barriers for female sport journalists encounter. What are the challenges that they encounter in this regard? With this study, we applied our study were built on female media theory by Linda Steiner, which is an extension of feminist theory by Friend in 1974, which talk about empowerment, understanding power dynamics into various contexts. In this case, we are trying to look on the media context. What are the power dynamics that influences the female to participate in sport reporting? But so what are the gender roles in the newsroom? How do that affect their participation? The issue of empowerment, and how can we address the stereotype? So these are the assumption of the theory, but they also were the one. Yeah, our study was conducted in Dar es Salaam. Dar es Salaam is the major hub for many media outlets, including newspaper, radio, and everything. But Dar es Salaam also is the center where we can easily get a lot of sport journalists. So we selected Dar es Salaam purposely for that reason. We employed a qualitative approach where we engaged 20 female sport journalists and 10 sport editors. The sample of female journalists were at least two. Those selected were those with at least 2 years of experience working in the sport desk. But the selection of editors was also based on their experiences in working within a sport desk, with an average of three editors from each media, maybe 3 from newspapers, 3 from radio, and 3 from TV. Now, after talking about the little background of this study and the methodology we applied, and because of the time limitation, let me invite my colleague to participate. I'm to proceed on the findings of this study and for discussion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well, after the data collection, we got some key findings which are presented in accordance of the presented objectives. Whereas our first objective was to identify the role of editors in ensuring opportunities for female sports journalists. The response of the editors that were interviewed was that the media houses had created and formulated media policies that prioritized equal and fair participation. That was to ensure there is gender equality to both men and women in the media houses. Whereas these media policies encouraged women to involve in sports reporting, but also provided equal opportunities to cover sports events, but also provided supportive work environment, that is incentives, favorable working hours, and flexible schedules for these female sports journalists. But also the editors declared that they work hard to establish partnerships with related institutes, which can help them build capacity for these female sports journalists. One of the editors that we interviewed, as we can see the quotation there, he said that their media has created a favorable collaboration with TASWA. This is Tanzania Sports Writers Association, whereas the media and this association ensures they eradicate some of the challenges that arise for these female sports journalists, but also they try to create and conduct training to build capacity for these female sports journalists. And well, also these editors responded that they ensure they provide managerial positions to women who are involved in sports journalism. One of the editors in one radio station said that one of the head of sports desk said that there is a woman who is positioned as a brand manager in sports. So they try as hard as possible to give opportunities, managerial positions, so that they can be in a position to make decisions for themselves and for other female sports journalists in the media house. Okay, going further, the editors try to talk on the challenges that they see as an obstacle for female sports journalists in the media house. First of all, they said there's a limited representation of women in general. In the media houses, there's a low number of women involved in the newsroom, which impacts the number of women in the sports journalism. So this is one of the challenges that the editors identified. But also, the editors identified the cultural perceptions which are deep-rooted in the patriarchal system culture that we are in Tanzania, whereas there is gender stereotypes that women are subjected to soft works, to work as stay at home and soft works. So this is one of the challenges that hinders women involvement in sports journalism. But our second objective was to look on the perception of female sports journalists. So the female sports journalists who interviewed, they affirmed that they have the capability to work as sports journalists as how their male counterparts are capable. They only insist on to be provided with training and some opportunities to work on it. But also they have a perception that women have low involvement in the sports journalism field. But also they stress the need for head of departments and managerial people in the media house to provide them with gender balanced environment in the media house. These female sports journalists responded to some of the challenges that they faced, that first of all, they lack acceptance from the fans, coaches, and players, especially in the football sports. Whereas when trying to look for news and information, they face a challenge, whereas these fans, coaches, and players prefer to be interviewed or to provide information to the prominent and experienced journalists who are mainly male journalists. So they face this challenge, but also they say that they are underestimated by their fellow male sports journalists. So they seem to be incapable to them. So even to the chance of getting more opportunities as their male counterparts becomes low. They all have sexualized comments and discriminatory comments, whereas one of the female sports journalists said that sometimes if she posts a picture, some of the male followers comment on sexual, they comment sexual husband, etc. So it's somehow a challenge to them. But also they face sexual harassment from the sources. When they go to the field to collect data, they sometimes, some of the sources who are prominent sports figures try to create sexual, to demand sexual relationship with them. So it becomes difficult even to conduct an in-depth interview because it will perpetuate the sexual relationship, which, however, it's difficult for it to be dealt with. This is somehow some of the female journalists responded to us, but also they affirm that some of them lack self-confidence due to the existing perception that the people have on women and on the sports journalism field, that it's a male-dominated field, so some of them it created inferiority, complexity when they conduct or do their work. Conclusively, the study saw the need for media stakeholders to address barriers hindering female participation in sport, but also despite the female journalists having positive perception about them being capable of conducting sports journalism, but they still see the persistence of these challenges that are brought by the patriarchal structures in the society. Existing disparities, but also it is imperative to implement innovative strategies to combat stereotypical perceptions surrounding sports reporting within Tanzania society. And this marks the end of our presentation. We welcome, okay.
I welcome the presenters to sit in front of here so that in case of any questions or comments and opinion, it will be easier. Now let's have if there are any questions to the presenters or comments, opinions.
Hello. So we also encourage more comment than questions.
Yes.
Sports journalists and the acceptance by the fans, that's what caught my attention, because this is an area that maybe has not really been spoken about. Acceptance by fans is so high. Maybe just to name a few, there's Carol Radul, and then there's Elina Sheveka, who actually was the lead person in the just concluded Olympic Games in Paris. And so when I look at Kenya, then it's very different. There's even the online brigade are saying that one of those female sports journalists should be our sports CS, you know? So just wanted to make that comment with regards to Kenya. And maybe I would want to know, why are they underestimated? Why are the Tanzanian female sports journalists underestimated? I don't know if you got any responses towards that direction.
Online harassment, of course, for all female journalists. We did a paper with my colleague on female journalists, not sports specifically, and that one is almost the same, that they are harassed as female journalists. So I would want to understand why they are underestimated, because the other side, then you realize are really appreciated, you know, and have done this for many years. We have so many female sports journalists in Kenya. Thank you. That was a good paper. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Should we have another question? Then you can respond. We have a question behind there and up here. I'm also asking myself, this is sports, so we're just talking about football and soccer, because that's where everyone is looking at sports, soccer, football. What about boxing? What about basketball, netball, and the others? Okay, you're welcome.
Okay, hi, my name is Leah. I do have a question. Thank you for your presentation. I do remember a time years ago when there were no sports female journalists in this country, and then when they started, it was like really good, and even once went to some events with them, like boxing events. See, they do boxing as well, and soccer. A couple of years ago, there was one female journalist one of the big football clubs. She asked him a simple question, where is the coach? And he responded like shouting at her, why do you want to know about that? He has a wife. Why do you want to know about that? You're a woman. And everybody was like, what the hell is going on? My question is, does TASWA now, Tanzania Sports Writers Association, against thing? I'm not sure if I've ever heard that TASWA has ever had females in the leadership. Okay, so has it ever happened? Will it happen? If it's never happened, why? And, you know, what do you think about that? Okay?
Thank you. One more question, then they can respond.
Thank you. Edward is my name, from Rwanda, University of Rwanda. I thought about the education system, because in the past we had like a similar situation where there were no sports reporters, the female sports reporters, but when they underwent some training, there was some training which was organized for sports reporters, and females turned up in big numbers. They are now doing a good it could come from the education system, maybe if there are no modules related to sports. I don't know if you happen to investigate this. Thank you.
Okay. Now let's have them responding to the questions, and then we'll go on according to our time. Thank you. Karibuni kujibu maswali.
Hello. Thank you for your questions regarding our presentation. This implies that our presentation was well accepted, because if you don't see questions, that means there are problems. Yeah, the comment from somebody, that is from Kenya. Thank you. You are trying to wonder why the sport journalism in Tanzania, which involve women, women are not really accepted for sport journalism, that they are underestimated. Yeah, I think the reason is because as much as maybe in Kenya, but also we have been talking about this patriarchal system and the stereotypical grounds, because most sports male. So they are taken as if they are the serious person. So sometimes for females to be accepted, because they compare this female with the other experienced male journalists. That's why they find this one they cannot. They are maybe incapable, but actually that's what we found from the study. that because of that patriarchal background, but again because of the influence of these popular male who are the experts, so they find that the other side is being underestimated.
The cameraman and camera person.
No, the camera person, that's the case.
I'm just trying to...
Because we are not looking at the camera person.
I'm just trying to say that by then, before we had a camera person, we had a cameraman. Because only the men were dealing with cameras.
Yeah.
And now we have camera persons whereby women and men can venture into that. That's what I was saying about sports. That before, maybe it was just about men, because men were already working on it, the women, the men, and now some of them are, maybe they are protecting their yugalai.
Should I respond? Because
no,
thank you. So the other concern was on Tanzania Football Association in the TASWA. Actually, we are not dealing with the Tanzania Football Association or TASWA, because we normally interrogated editors and the journalists. That's what they told us. So we are not concerned about the role of this association in whatever regards. So maybe for other studies, we can also do a study on this to see what are the roles of this association in regard to promoting female participation in sport reporting. It's almost like the comment, but it's based on whether we did look on the educational system, how does it influence on the female sport covering event. My friend, can you respond to this?
As we have identified the role of the editors, the challenges they face, but also the perception and the challenges that this female sports journalist faces. To my concern, or to our concern, this might be a part of the literature review or an area for further research. Yeah.
You're done? About education system. Are you done? Okay. I thought you were going to add up something there. Okay, we can have maybe one more question or opinion. I'm not seeing any hand. Then I should say thank you for the presentation. So I've not got any other presenter out of the 5, so I'm assuming the coming presentation will be the last for this session, whereby we have Kwebulana C, the University of KwaZulu-Land, South Africa, and Dil L.E., University of KwaZulu, Natal, South Africa. They'll be presenting on the Inviting Xenophobia, an examination of Ilanga and Isol Lesbes, coverage of 2015 xenophobic attacks in KwaZulu-Natal, South Africa.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Kwebulana, and I will be presenting an examination of foreigners, an examination of Ilanga and Isolezwe coverage of co-authored paper with my now supervisor, Professor Deal. Just to give you a background of what I will talk about, the post-apartheid South Africa has become a primary destination for competition between citizens and foreigners for limited resources and jobs. Therefore, this competition gave birth to something that we know as xenophobia, which can be loosely defined as a fear or dislike of foreigners. Due to the fear or dislike of foreigners, it has also advanced and led to what we know today as xenophobic attacks in South Africa. So the study will examine two isiZulu written newspaper, which is tabloid newspapers, which is Ilanga and Isolezwe, representation of the 2015 xenophobic attacks. The xenophobic attack started in 2015. The xenophobic attack started in 2015 after it was alleged that the late Zulu king, Goodwill Zwelithini, insinuated that people must attack foreigners. So the king was accused of steering attacks against foreigners after he made that speech. But the speech was made in isiZulu, then it was lately translated into English. Oh, and the speech is very important for the study as it sets the 2015 xenophobic attacks apart from the rest of the attacks. These are the research that guided the study. The literature review was divided into two. So there was a positive representation of foreigners, also a negative representation of foreigners in South Africa. Then there were three theories. There were three theories that framed the study, which is representation theory, stereotyping, and othering. For research methodology, the study is an interpretative study. It's also a qualitative. Then articles were purposely selected from Ilanga and Isolezwe, and these articles were published on the 1st of April till the 31st of July 2015. About the themes that were found on the study and how the theories were used to analyze the themes. Okay, now I'm going to talk about the results. So it was found that from the publications there was an us versus them narrative. So an us in this instance is, I'm talking about local South Africans, and then them are foreign nationals. I'm saying this because foreign nationals were represented as illegal and rebels by both publications. So, however, both publications included one positive theme each. So for Isolezwe, the positive theme was foreigners were seen as desperate people who were desperate and they had nowhere to go during the xenophobic attacks. I know that some people would argue that this is not a positive theme, but in this instance, it is a positive theme because they were represented for who they really are. And then another positive theme was from Ilanga, which represented foreigners as better business people than locals. Although there were not many positive representation on the publications, but this was a great start toward a balanced coverage. And also this is very different from a previous research that were conducted in English press, where they were only focusing on negative representation of foreigners. It proves to be problematic because foreigners are represented in the known and negative stereotypes, and these stereotypes are illegal immigrants, criminals, job stealers, and foreigners being obedient. So these types of representation are a problem because, this representation proves that foreigners are a problem in South Africa at large. And also there were local people who were cited in these publications. They believe that if foreigners could return to their countries, things will be better and things will go back to normal in South Africa. In this case, normality means that there will be less competition for limited resources in South Africa and things will be better for people who are there. Previous studies that were done in English light, study of has a new and a positive change because there was a positive representation of foreigners in the isiZulu written print. So Ilanga represented foreigners as exceptional entrepreneurs. This could be argued by people that this is not the case because it has been found that foreigners use their business as fronting for illegal drug trade. However, in this study, there was no mention of criminality in their success in businesses. And so, in conclusion, this study adds to the value to the body of knowledge as it uses vernacular language, which is isiZulu and the language that is mostly used in South Africa, as a starting point for content analysis. Also, the negative representation of foreigners continue to dominate print media. Even isiZulu media conformed to the standard of negative representation of foreigners. However, there were positive themes about foreigners that were found in this publication, and this is the difference between English and isiZulu publications in South Africa. Also, this is a crucial area of research as foreigners are attacked every year for one and the same reason. Also, the study recommends more research to be conducted on indigenous languages. So South Africa has 13 official languages. However, most of the studies were conducted in English press, and yet the English is not the widely spoken language in the country. So I would suggest that more people would conduct studies on other indigenous languages besides isiZulu. And also, if you focus on the vernacular languages, it means that you are trying to see what the majority of people, which are black people, are consuming from their media. And also, the same people are likely to reside in areas where xenophobic attacks are likely to take place. And lastly, the research should not only be limited to print media, it should also focus on broadcast and social media. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. We'll have one question and then she'll respond, then another question, she responds just like that. You're welcome.
Hello. Thank you very much, my friend from South Africa, all the way from KwaZulu-Natal. Thank you for a very nice presentation in regard to representation of xenophobia in South Africa in those two media you have selected. Two questions, especially on the methodology. I was looking at your sample size, you just involved only 34 news articles. So the first question is, why this 34? Can this justify the entire problem of which you are studying? And then this article from 1st April to July 2015, what was the reasoning for this time frame? But two, let me find it. It's about, I want to hear a little about the coding. How did you do the coding? What got you to do the coding of whatever you found? and whether there was kind of intercoded reliability to see whether what you coded was true, what reflected the real findings of what you come out with. Thank you.
Yes, you may respond.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the question. The time frame was, okay, I chose the time frame because the xenophobic attacks in 2015 started at the end of March. However, not all publications covered them. But from April to July, both publications covered the attacks, so hence the time frame. And also the articles were 34 because the other publication is a daily newspaper and the other publication is a weekly newspaper, so yes. And yeah, the coding, I used content analysis, so my themes were built on the, my themes were built,
you can answer.
So can I rephrase it in the other way? I was looking like which theory were you applying it to do the coding? Was it framing? That something like that? What guided you to do the coding? Because you need to have some theme that you are coding. And which theory guided you to do the coding? And the other, we wanted to know if there was a kind of intercoded reliability. Intercoded reliability, that means you can just do the analysis of your study, then you do the coding of your study, and then you ask someone to do it to see whether the finding is what you found.
I was the only one who did the coding, and I was guided by my research questions and the main theories, which were representation and stereotyping and othering theory. Yeah.
Okay. Any other question? Yes, thank you.
Okay, I'm Dr. Njero from Multimedia University, Kenya, Nairobi. In 1997, Kenya, we had the same experience during the post-election violence that some groups labeled themselves as them. So this is the case in that paper. In Kenya's situation, one radio station presenter was taken to EACA. In your case, what really happened that time? Did the authorities, for example, take any action on how the media, the Ilanga, covered or actually framed the same violence, the same episodes? Thank you.
You got the question, or you repeat it? Okay, can you repeat the question?
I'm trying to say that in our constitution, we...
Please just take the mic away so that I
Okay, sorry. Is that okay now?
Yeah.
I'm saying that in 1997, we had the same, we had some experience, the same experience about post-election violence in Kenya. A radio station called Kass FM was actually zeroed down, and one of the presenters was taken to ICC, Hague, because of the way they framed the messages via their media house. Now, in your study about Ilanga, was there biasness? And if there was there any action taken by the...
Okay, I think I hear you now. There was nothing done in both publications because these newspapers are tabloid newspapers. So in South Africa, we have different rules for broadsheet newspapers and tabloid newspapers. So what I'm trying to say to you is spreadsheet newspapers, they have more rules than tabloid newspapers, but tabloid newspapers do not have rules. Even if this case was taken up to the Print Media Commission, it wouldn't have made a big deal because it's a tabloid newspaper.
Are we there? Okay. Yeah, there is another question there. Yeah, tabloid. We call them magazeti ya umbea. What they say, we usually have to check fact again. Yes.
Thank you for the presentation. I probably got 20% of it. I'm sorry I got in a bit late. You might have covered this, but my question is, ventilate the differences between Afrophobia and xenophobia, because I think there's a stark difference between the two, and we often tend to conflate them or use them synonymously. That's the one part. Secondly, during the gala dinner, and oftentimes when you travel the continent, when someone hears that you're from South Africa, one of the first things they would ask you would obviously be about Mandela or something like that. But they also, their immediate reaction is that South Africans are xenophobic, right? That's the broad perception. And therein comes in the power of the media and narrative framing, right? And so there's a lot of research, at least in South Africa, about the phenomenon, quote unquote, of xenophobia. And my view is, I think it's a mischaracterization to say the incident in the 25th and in subsequent years as xenophobia. I would rather say papers that studies xenophobia, this ideal or not ideal, this thinking or thoughts of people in the continent and elsewhere who think South Africa is a xenophobic country. I'm wrapping up. So, for instance, if you think of the USA-Mexico relations, the immigration issue, obviously there's an influx of Mexicans and South Americans into America, but I've never had Americans labeled as xenophobic. And so it's the same concept with South Africa. There are a lot of immigrants from the continent and elsewhere due to various reasons. So yeah, I hope that makes sense. I might have been waffling. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for that question. Okay, I'll start by saying I did differentiate between Afrophobia and xenophobia in my study. A lot of people are arguing that what is happening in South Africa is indeed Afrophobia. But from what I have gathered, it's not Afrophobia, it's xenophobia. I'm saying this because the people that are attacked, obviously they are Africans, but it's because they are at a close proximity to the perpetrators. It's not because of their skin color. Because it's, in most cases, the people who do not have much of melanin, they usually stay in affluent areas. And in those areas, there are no xenophobic attacks. But in poorer areas, there are xenophobic attacks because most of the people there are not working. Hence the competition that I was talking about.
Okay. Just a joke, someone was telling me the fight is because these guys are taking their women. It's just a joke. Any other question? Yes?
Can I also respond? About perpetuating what the people believe that South Africans are xenophobic. I don't think it is perpetuating. It's just that we are trying to understand how can we assist in this. We do have a xenophobic problem in South Africa, so we are trying to find ways on how to eliminate this problem, because from what we are doing now, it seems like it's not working because these attacks keep on happening. And just an FYI, whenever there are xenophobic attacks, most South Africans die from those attacks because, yeah, they are killed by other South Africans, so yeah.
Okay. Yes, there's a question there.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Quite insightful. My name is Kenya. My colleague from Kenya over there said that we were almost on the brink of the principle when we had the post-election violence. But the problem we were dealing with was mostly hate speech. in the media. Because I can see trying as researchers, but I want to know, are there any regulations, especially from the national level, to mitigate against xenophobia? If so, then, do they also interplay in the media space? So that, again, we are not seeing stories that are going to perpetuate xenophobic narrative terminologies and the likes. So what is the situation like in terms of regulation?
That's a difficult one. Okay. In South Africa, the media needs to that guides especially print media, and also we have a right to freedom of expression, and also sorry.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe
want to look through your literature, because I know that the case of Kenya, when we had the hate speech, we had a regulation that was established in 2016 against hate speech, and also we had my colleague talked about the International Criminal Court, and so we had the journalists who were suspected to have perpetrated that in their talk shows were at the ICC. And so that served as a sort of a form of justice, but also a form of mitigating towards when journalists are covering stories, they should be worried about what kinds of messages are you retracting from the speeches, but also the messages that you're carrying forward in your media station. So it will be interesting even just to trace the history of xenophobic attacks and how they are represented in the media. Are there any regulations and that stipulate that national level? And if they don't exist, you can also look at models that have been done somewhere else that then helps to show that there are measures, that there are models that are built somewhere else that South Africa could learn from. I think that would be a very interesting aspect of your literature review, if that helps. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, anyone last? Oh, then you'll be the last one. Yeah. So we can go to the next session.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Regarding to what the previous, I've asked the question about, or how did you include in terms of like what the government policies and how they reflected in the media, like. Now this one, I think, so long as your study is not published, you can also go and extend on that to include that aspect of what has been asked. So I think you can just extend, if it's not, extend your study to include that one. It gives the credibility of your study. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. I can release you now. Okay. Let's have a hand of applause for the presenter. Thank you. Now we can go to the second session. I don't know if the moderator is already here, Dr. Doto Bulendo. You're taking over. Thank you very much for the few minutes or 1 hour, and I wish you a very
Hi. Hello, everybody. They're not saying anything. Oh, that's better. Okay. I was like, what's going on? Okay. Dr. Bulendo is not here, So I've been asked to moderate this session. So I'm looking for Theodora, Dame Theodora. Is Theodora here? No? Okay. Edward Mwesigie is here. Okay. So Theodora not here. Edward is here. Hagabimana. Hagabimana is here. Great. Martin, Florida. Martin, no. No, it's Maritime. Oh. Here. Jean, I don't know how to pronounce this one. Mukamara and Professor Sarah Gibson, Emma Durden. We have 3 presenters out of the 5. Do you have presentations to display? Are they here already? Can you bring them here right now if they're not here yet? Theodora? Where's Theodora? Theodora? Oh, Theodora's not here. Edward, where's Edward again? Is your presentation there? Okay. Hagabimana, can you bring your presentation here if it's not there yet, if you do have a presentation? And that one, can you put it there right now? Mukamana, can we have it now? Huh? You're Mukamana. This one is Hagabimana. Okay. Hagabimana. Mukamana. Can we have it now? Like, can he have your presentation? Because when we start, we don't want to stop. Just a few minutes as they're having their presentations here on display. Okay, so we are going to continue. So we'll start with Edward, right? Okay, we'll start with Edward. And what we're going to do is, like, we'll have all the presenters because there's only 3, and then the Q&As will come. If you have, please write them down. So Edward here is going to talk about exploring ways, or has it changed? Okay, so it's written here, exploring ways in which youth engage with radio for development and social change in Rwanda. So he'll explain any changes. So can you do 10 minutes, please? Thank you.
Sorry. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Edward is my name, and
I'm from the University of Rwanda, but I'm doing my PhD at the University of KwaZulu-Natal in South Africa. And originally, you will see there's some little change in my topic. Actually, the title has been exploring the ways through which radio can influence development and social change. But this paper is a piece deducted from my ongoing PhD, and actually it is still ongoing, and I intend to publish part of it. So some changes have happened that we now have this title. We have the title changed, but it almost speaks the same. Because we are trying to see that we'll have a publication out of it, we find this suits better our publication we intend to do. Now, it is about listening and participating. When we look back, actually, I want to give some kind of a small background that radio did worse in 1994 in Rwanda. This is actually kind of literature which is known and available. It actually influenced, or it actually led to the accelerating hate speech prior and during the 1994 genocide. Therefore, the power of listening to radio and participating, we need to do some kind of study about it due to the influence of radio. And you will note that radio actually, according to the background, some of the figures you see there, it is the most widely listened form of communication, and it is the most medium that reaches every part of the country. Territorial coverage, you can see, is around 98. This is according to the Rwanda Media Barometer of 2021. And citizens definitely are also satisfied with access to radio, more than any other newspaper, more than any other medium. Like as you can see from that figure, that the second is television, around 52, and the other one is online, that is access, and the other one, the least one, is print media. Therefore, you can see that people have more access to radio than any other media of communication. And a recent study also on consumption and listenership, carried out by Fogio Media Institute, also indicate that at least 64% listen to radio every day, daily. Now, but these studies, both of them, they run short. They do not actually show what do people listen to. Therefore, this is why my study is interested in finding out the kind of listening and followed by participation. And so it will look at the way radio is a potential agent of development amongst the youth. Now, that was some kind of background. We are rushing to the theories. I was motivated to carry out this study after reading the positive youth development theory. This theory from USA, where they think that they focus on youth, and they think that activities that nurture development amongst the youth, so long as you involve youth in these activities, then they will strive to work for their development. And the other one is the participatory paradigm in audience research. And this one actually talks about active audience as active participants, not as recipients of information. Now, we have to rush to the methodology. The methodology, actually, the study is qualitative in nature and interpretive, and it gets some insights from the literature. And I'll use FGDs. Actually, I've already conducted many FGDs, 10, but for this specific article, I will consider 4. And I will also look at interviews. I have pre-recorded programs, about 22 programs, but I will choose just 4 for this specific article. And I went ahead and made tracer studies for these people who have the programs I recorded. I traced them and also did interviews with them. And so here are a few findings, but I will need time also to analyze these findings. What I see, the findings are in twofold. I find some of the youth have a positive perception about the program which is called Kazi ni Kazi, the program which I was analyzing, which motivates youth to work for their own development. That program is broadcast every morning to 6. So, the perceptions, youth now, they think the program has changed their mindset, and many youth have now started up a few activities, start up small jobs, small businesses, but having been influenced by this program. And many other youth in our group discussions were telling me some have done some investments and it has taught them about savings. But on the other hand, much as these other few youth were saying that Kazi ni Kazi, they criticized the program. They mentioned that it exaggerates, that it's like a propaganda. It's like, kind of fiction. But I will have then to go deep and analyze these findings, and what I want from you is really to give me ideas on how I can do this study better. But to respond to some of those negative concerns, I did also interviews with experts. Actually, you can see at the end there is somewhere where I put a star. The youth these days, they don't want to listen to the advice that the radio gives them. They want to get rich quicker. Project, they wake up early in the morning, they go to the gambling games. They want to put some little money and get huge amounts of money immediately. And also the lifestyle is becoming expensive for youth. They don't want to be patient. They don't want to save. And that's all I had prepared. My time is over.
Presentation. You can just come and sit.
Thank you.
Come, yeah. It's a good presentation, and especially if you have actually done research, you see that radio was misused as a tool for propaganda. And so it's refreshing to see that it's put into good use. Okay, so our Agabimana is from the university. Ideals, exploring the journalism profession in Rwanda. Okay.
Good afternoon. I'm called Eugene Agabimana from University of Rwanda. Christian University. This is my and now I'm going to present influence of working condition on journalistic performance cases of Rwanda. As my colleague has said, today as media in Rwanda must be understood toward the genocide against the Tutsi in 1994, where media played a very negative role. The genocide to be built from bottom to up. Many things have been done. This is just a background of media landscape in Rwanda. Many things have been done. Media law, introduction of a media self-regulatory body, the creation of School of Journalism. You should note that before 1994, in Rwanda, they were not. After genocide, many media houses were created, but really in anarchy. So, working conditions of media practitioners are a very big challenge by now. Where is the problem? As I said, working condition is a problem in the media, in journalists in Rwanda, where there is a problem of low salaries, lack of job security, about retirement, payment, medical insurances. So, journalists' working condition ethics. We are observing lack of professionalism in media content in Rwanda. As I'm saying, Rwanda Media Commission, which is in charge of oversee professionalism in the media, in Rwanda media, has received more than 400 complaints, and I think this number is even low. So, many studies probably have been done on this topic, but not on Rwanda. So, as you know, media has responsibility and mission. So, to achieve this mission, you cannot predict good results when you didn't do something. So, journalists need to work in adequate conditions. As I said, according to the report of government institution in charge of overseeing media, according to the report, only 57 journalists or content are in compliance with professional standard. So our objective of this study, which is still ongoing, is just to examine if a condition in practice or on your content. So our study tended to fill existing gap about effect of how working and we think findings of this study will make or will wake up concerned people, including policymakers and media house owners, to think about working condition improvement. So these are specific objectives where we want to see how contract I mean salaries, other issues related to payment, how newsroom culture affects professional newsroom culture, I think, promotion within media house, capacity building, how they send capacity, and news production facilities. A good building, if they have transport to go to field, if they, something like that. So, such questions which will guide our research, and we think we private because these main issues are just observed in the private media. Even we see many movement from private to public. Journalists are paid on time. We also observe movement from journalism career to public relations. This journalists don't like their professional just to be paid and to feed the family. We pretend to use methodology. Our methodology is just positivism and qualitative, and we want to use semi-structured interview. We also pretend to make analysis of documents like laws, policies, reports, research done on Rwandan media landscape. Today, in Rwanda, we have 1,300 registered journalists, but we pretend to use a sample of 20 as it is qualitative, because sampling will be determined by purpose of sampling. So as it is a work which is still ongoing, and I started this study is just January this year. My work is still ongoing, and I plan just to publish a paper from this work. So time to go on field, not yet happened. So thank you.
Thank you very much. My presenters today are really good in time. Another really great presentation. It makes you wonder, like these, we hear about these issues in so many places. Days without money in our own pockets. And that's why you have things like brown envelopes. Here we call it mshiko. I don't know what it is. Anyway, so we have our last presentation. Okay, let me try to pronounce your name. And Mukamana is also from the University of Rwanda, I believe, right? Yes. And she's talking about Are you ready? Yeah, you can.
Good afternoon. Yes, my name is Jeanne d'Arc Kamana. I'm going to present today about more of the decriminalization of abortion on non-state radio stations in Rwanda. 3 in 1. So, about a little bit background, I will start by telling you about the danger in Rwanda, because 50% of obstetric complications are due to unsafe abortion. Meanwhile, we don't know how many die from post-abortion complications, how many resort to unsafe abortions. So the number is due to stigma. The increased number of unsafe abortion is due to the stigma, because the society stigmatizes abortion, and the stigma is high within the society. So this is the stigma is due to cultural norms, religious beliefs, whereby people seeking for safe abortion, even if they are in a legal ground or legal framework, they prefer not, but going to seek from unskilled people. Another thing is that abortion is highly restricted in Rwanda. Even if it has been legalized in 2018, to legalize abortion only for in case it is a child who is pregnant, or and other specific circumstances. But it encountered a lot of challenges. I have already said this, that access to abortion was not supported because of cultural attitude towards abortion and the religious belief of a member of the society. This study is being conducted to respond in part to the two first questions: how did the radio stations cover the amendment allowing abortion to minors, and how Rwandan citizens' voice is reflected in non-state radio station coverage. But the number 3 is fully now the question number 3 is answered by moral panic, which is answered by moral panic theory. It will show how the selected radio stations represent in Rwanda. Yes, this is because it is part of my ongoing thesis, PhD thesis. And normally it has two. You will see that you will miss one part. I'm only focusing on moral panic theory, but I will. The full PhD thesis analysis both is guided by both public sphere and the moral panics. So moral panics is a theory which focuses on emerging social problems, youth culture, and deviance, and it is originated from Stanley Cohen, who says that it is a condition or episode, a group of people who emerge and become defined as threats to societal values and interests. These are characteristics which guided the analysis: concern, hostility, consensus, disproportionality, volatility, but here I will show you just a few of them. The methodology, the study is guided by the paradigm of social constructivism, which proposes that knowledge and reality are socially constructed. This will be through the moral panic theory, it will help to understand how social constructs on abortion are represented through selected radio stations. Data collection. This study is a case study. I selected content from 8 non-state radio stations from all provinces, and I did a purposive sampling to ensure representativity of views from north, south, east, and west, even in Kigali city. The sample is made of 5 radio stations from other provinces than Kigali and 3 radio stations from Kigali. They have different editorial lines, they have different target audience, and therefore I wanted to be sure that I have the variety of opinion on the legalization of abortion for minors. Finally, I collected 36 recordings, news reports, pre-recorded radio program, live talk shows, and debates from all the 8. The time frame was they gave me, or they covered the available content from 2018, which corresponds to the time of amendment of the penal code. And the 2022 is about my year of sample selection. Data analysis was guided by qualitative content analysis, which from Cheria, and I followed these steps. I decided on research questions, selecting materials. Yes, all these are the steps that I had to follow in order to come up with the results. So let me share with you some, these are steps. Then let me share with you some results. According to the definition and the characteristics of moral panics, it is said that it is about behavior which is qualified as deviance. So deviance is a behavior which violates cultural norms, cultural rules, according to researchers. So this study found that the attitude, Rwandans' attitude towards abortion, they see it as deviance. Why? Because they qualify it as killing, but not any killing and not any murder. They killing. It is about killing one's own baby, one's own child. This is the definition of abortion in a Rwandan context. The example that I had from 2 radios, it was broadcast from 2 radios, is this tweet from a Catholic leader. He says, life is a gift from God, respecting life is respecting God. Abortion is a great sin, and killing a child, killing one's own baby, it is a taboo, it is an abomination. In the context of perspective of moral panics, I can divide this as saying life is a gift from God, respecting God is respecting life is respecting God, whereby I can attribute this as a threat to social values. 1 minute. Yes, to social values. And abortion is a great sin, killing being a taboo. It is a deviance. It is a deviance of killing. Yeah, this is another quote that, yes. So people say that by legalizing abortion, the government is also legalizing immorality, because people will start getting pregnant, they go to hospital, they terminate it, and then they go back. Another result is about sensational language, whereby people portray, they express themselves but angrily, and they try to attack. Like this one who says, God will burn them. They are evil people, bad people who kill babies. And the other one say, yeah. Another one is about victimization. Like this one who says that he wants to ask a question about to this person who have abortion. How do you feel inside yourself? Aren't you ashamed? Do you think that you are still a girl? Because they think that yes, they think that having abortion it is just to look so that she can continue to look as yes, to look like a girl. Do you think that you are still a girl, or you are the mother of the deceased, because you are responsible for the death of your child? In fact, this is about victimizing and stigmatizing arguments. We also had religious authorities' voice and many others. In fact, to conclude, according to the analysis, the selected radio station, they covered the amendment of the law in order to show what people think about access to abortion by minors. However, the arguments, the way the arguments are, the way arguments are constructed, they add to moral panics. As a result, these attitudes can stand as challenges to the implementation of the law, as they discourage girls and the other people in the legal framework to seek abortion service and access to them. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. That was very interesting. I allowed her to go beyond because I needed to read the quotes. Thank you so much. And as we have seen, it's refreshing to see that we have had 3 presentations that all talk about radio, because nowadays the internet, social media, and this part of the world is kind of still the strongest media. So it's really good to see that. And another thing, can we please thank all three presenters? Can we please clap for them for a great job that they've done? And by the way, all three of them are PhD students, right, at the University of Rwanda, so that's really good. And some of their supervisors. Supervisors, are you here? Supervisor? Yeah, the supervisor is here, so please be nice to them. And remember them that they, they did something, so that we don't forget about that. Okay, so now it's Q&A time. Huh? Yeah, just sit here. It's okay. Okay, so we are going to be... what's wrong with you? You already have the microphone. So we are going to allow a few questions, and then we'll answer those later. So you already have the microphone. Do you have a question? Okay.
Thank you. I have a question to Edward Mwesiga. But I also have a question to Agambimana. So with Edward, I think you were starting on participation of youth through radio. In fact, I did a study on this and a paper on this. And I'm looking at your methodology. You are saying of using interview and focus group discussion FGDs. So I was like, if you want to prove whatever you got from the interview from FGDs, that whether these answers are fine, it is better if you could have considered something like doing a content analysis to prove whatever they are saying reflected on those radio programs. This is just my perception. But the other issue was on engagement of the theory. I didn't get something like how did you engage those theories in your study, because that's one part of very fundamental aspect, and you expect to submit your paper for the review. I just wanted to have a little knowledge on that, on how the theory was engaged on your study. Then according to Agamana, sorry if you have mislead. I have a sense that your study is too broad. That's my sense to me. That's my sense. Because if you are talking of the working environment, then someone would ask like, are you talking of internal working environment for journalists, like from the newsroom? Or are you talking of external working environment? You are talking of policies, you are talking of finance, you are talking of regulation, you are talking of incentives. This, to me, sounds like it's a very broad topic to address. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, there's a hand back there.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Jero again. I think I would want to address two issues. One is for Edward, the other one is for the other Abiermana. So for Edward, I think it's just a comment that you were talking about development and how youth could be involved in the development via radio. So I think as you navigate through your paper, I think agenda setting theory is very important, because radio is setting agenda for development. So if you thought about the agenda setting theory, I think it would be very, very important in my view. Then for this, the other one, that is Biermana, is that you talked about media structures built on bottom-up. I think the concept of bottom-up is quite wide. And going by, in Kenya example, we had two groups. One is Kenya Kwanza, the other one is Azimio. The Kenya Kwanza came up with bottom-up. And bottom-up was actually built on the Azola group, the very poor. And by the end of the day, the Gen Z movement was born on this bottom-up concept. So as you navigate bottom-up, you need to know that it's quite wide and it can be quite amorphous. Possibly you could expound the bottom-up model. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any more questions? Anybody? No questions? Yeah. Oh, there's a hand on that side.
Mine actually is not, it's more of a comment. For Edward, he mentioned he's working on publishing the presentation, the content from the presentation. And I think it will work better instead of splitting it according to the FGDs, using only 4 FGDs. If you're asking the same kind of questions, it would make more sense if you break it according to the themes or to the research questions that were guiding your study. And then to Eugene, there was something that was brought out by Professor Chibita yesterday. If you're doing a qualitative study, it means that the paradigm is actually not positivist, but most probably constructivism or interpretivism. And then the mention on the low salaries for journalists, I think it would be good to put that into context. Perhaps maybe compare what are how does it compare with other with other level of jobs in the same category, and also how does it compare with the national average?
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Do we have any more questions? Okay, I do have a question for Mukamana. So first of all, why did you decide on minors? Isn't that an issue for all women? Why just minors? Why didn't you talk? Why And another question, the quotes. So I enjoyed reading the quotes, and so they're all negative. Weren't there any positive ones? Like somebody saying, yeah, it's their body, you know, they need to decide. So it's those two. Okay, so since we don't have any more questions, so now we will start responding. Edward, you had a couple. So let's start with you. Can you respond to all of them from the, I think you wrote them, about your methodology and so on and so on.
Hello. Thank you for the comments and for the questions. Let me start with Abraham's comment on theory, agenda setting theory. Yeah, of course, it's a nice theory. I know much about it, but I am more in development audience. So that's why I felt that the positive youth development theory suits better, because it looks at how these youths engage in listening and then take action to engage in positive youth development and social change. So thank you for the comment. And maybe I could also continue with my colleague here, that how am I engaging the theories. Of course, this positive youth development theory is helping me to interrelate, to see how youth do really engage in developmental activities, that how does it actually, how do they participate in developmental activities that then they change that kind of mindset, and still the active audience, the active audience theory also helps me and to find out that these youths are not just really, consuming whatever comes to them, but through feedback they also kind of influence the way the messages. So in other words, they are not just passive participants, they are active participants. So they also inform the program. And concerning the methodology about content analysis, actually, maybe it was because of time didn't allow, but that's what we started with, content analysis. We also recorded several programs, and I have analyzed all of them, and I have a section on content analysis, and moreover, it's also arranged according to the themes, according to a comment behind there, not according to the FGDs. So we went through all that process of coding and coming up with themes, and that's how it will go. By the time we finish the paper, we will have considered all those themes, and that's how it will go. Thank you. I think I've answered all questions. Any other more questions?
Has he missed any question? No? Okay, thank you. Can you give the mic to Haga Bimana?
Thank you very much. I'll try to give my feedback according to my presentation. As I said, my work is still at the beginning. I started my PhD in January this year, and I'm still working with my advisor. So the first question was about saying topic is looks like bigger, wide. I think we talk to my advisor to see if we may continue with this one, or if we can narrow it, because my focus, even if it is on working conditions, it is not all conditions related to job, but my focus was just on working contract with benefit related, like insurance, salary payment, something like that. Also looking about newsroom culture, about promotion, about other benefits related to job, looking also capacity building, training, but also equipment that they use, because working in a old and small house without internet, without recorder or computer or internet, it is another issue which may contribute to have poor performance or poor content. So with my supervisor, we shall see if we can just focus on one item. I think probably possible, or if we may continue, because these issues are just cross-cutting issues, which result is a performance or having many errors related to ethics in career. According to the question, I'm not sure if I understood well. I understood it should be bottom to up. Probably, I don't know if you can repeat for me to have
yeah, the person who asked about the bottom up, it was over there. You need some clarification on the question of the bottom-up concept.
Thank you. I don't know whether it was under objectives, but one of the things that came up is that media structures were built on based on a bottom-up model. So I wanted him to really emphasize or elaborate on this understanding about the bottom-up, because it's quite wide, quite broad. Thank you.
Objectives. So he wanted you to elaborate the concept of bottom-up. It was under the objectives, right? Yeah. There was something about the bottom-up concept. The main objective, blah, blah, blah. The study fills existing gap, findings. No, it's not there. Let's see, investigate journalists, explore newsroom, examine capacity building to assess the news production. Go on, you're done? He can't find it. Sorry.
I cannot find.
Yeah. I think there was also another question for you.
Unless I repeat my objectives, probably can get well. My objective of this study, objectives are just...
No. The second one, yeah, in the aftermath of the genocide, the media and their support structures were rebuilt from the bottom up. Is that yours?
That
one there.
Okay.
Yeah.
I wanted to say, after genocide, everything was just to, the country was down. Everything needed, what I can say, Marshall Plan, just to rebuild everything. And many things have been done in the media sector, but not a lot if we compare with other sectors. This is the reason why till now we have many problems in the media. It was just a background of...
okay. So it was just a kind of background saying that everything had to be rebuilt all over again. Okay? Okay, great. I think there was another question over there.
The last, it was a comment, not questions.
Yeah, it was a comment.
He asked if we cannot compare with other sectors. In a study done by Rwanda Governance Board in 2021, showed that media sector is among less paid professional, where average of payment is around about 60% of journalists in Rwanda are paid less than 200,000, while average in the government mainly is over this amount. 200,000 Rwandan francs is around shillings.
Okay, I hope he understands the shilling.
So, and many are volunteers. It is an open professional where there is so many mess. That's why many journalists are living through so-called corruption or transport, what in Chinyarwanda we call it GT. Okay. What you said, actually it is the amount given to journalists like a transport and so on.
We call it mshiko here.
Mshiko. In Rwanda we call it GT.
Ah. Okay, great. Okay, thank you so much. So we're only remaining with Mukamana. Remember the two questions that I asked you? So just briefly, go on.
Thank you very much.
Is it on?
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. She asked a question about why minors, only minors. In fact, the law has always legalized, no, not always. Since 2012, the law was revised. It was strict to abortion. Anyone who had illegal abortion, had abortion, had to serve a life sentence in prison. Then in 2012, it was legalized under some circumstances. It was not clear about age. It was only rape, incest, forced marriage, like that, and with a condition of engaging in a court process. Then the court gives the person a court order to present to the doctor, then the doctor performs. It has been noted that this delayed the process. The people did not get abortion. Then in 2018, it was clear now that anyone who is underage, under 18, is allowed to access abortion, and the condition of presenting going to engaging in court process, and it was removed. Then this is why I selected only minors. In addition, it was in a period where this last time, we have increased the number of teen mothers, teenage pregnancies. So journalists and all of us as population, we heard it as if it is a methodology, it is a strategy to reduce these numbers of teenage pregnancies. And this incited me to, attracted my attention. I wanted to search on it. Why only negative courts? Yes, many courts guided by moral panics are negative, but there are positive courts. I only presented about stigma, deviance. All of them are negative, but like disproportionality is negative. It is positive. I also told you that I am using two theories: moral panics and the public sphere. The public sphere is where we find many positive quotes from different people. I also appreciated the way journalists covered they covered testimonies from teen mothers who searched the abortion. Why, during this period, from 18, when the legalization of abortion for minors has started, and even before, who gave birth before, who testified how it was really needed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, all of us. Can we please clap for them? We're at the end now, and great news, lunch is ready. So can we all please go for lunch, and then after that, other sessions will be continuing. Thank you so much.
official, and also in our School of Journalism and Mass Communication, social media. 14th African Association Communication Conference happening in Dar es Salaam at the University of Dar es Salaam, hosted by the School of Journalism and Mass Communication here in Tanzania. Now we have one of the participants. Madam, welcome. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
What is your name and where are you coming from?
My name is Theodora Theodori Owiso. I am a tutorial assistant in this university, but also I'm one of the presenter in this esteemed conference.
Yes. Did you present?
Yeah, not yet. I'm about to.
Okay. And in these 3 days of the conference, what are the thing that you want to hear most?
Well, the most thing I want to hear is the future of our journalists, especially those who are coming now. The future for our journalists when it comes about using artificial intelligence for finding news, for writing news, and reporting news as well. That's what I want to. I'm looking forward to see. Yes.
In your views now, how do you find? When you're speaking of artificial intelligence, we're not talking about ChatGPT now. Maybe will it be used in newsroom to generate stories and headline, or in your views?
In my view and my knowledge about ChatGPT, I don't think it is appropriate tool to use. They can use it somehow, but they cannot depend on it because we have to understand that they don't have our context as Africa. They don't have our context. It is based on the outside context, because you can ask a question ChatGPT about Africa, appropriate answer. So I don't think it is appropriate to use it. If you use it, you have to fact check. I mean, you cannot use ChatGPT and then take the content you get from there as they are. So using ChatGPT, I don't recommend so much, but you can use it somehow.
Okay, thank you. So can you share a little bit about your presentation?
Well, my presentation is about linking extreme weather event to climate change. How do newspapers in Tanzania report on drought news in 2021? Actually, in my research, I'm looking on how journalists do present the link between extreme weather events and climate change. Do they provide appropriate evidence given the fact that there is inadequate attribution studies in Tanzania? How do they use those evidence? But also, why do they cover those news the way? That is what I want to present today.
Thank you so much, and all the best.
Thank you so much.
Now, dear viewers, that was one of the participants, but also the assistant tutorial in the University of Dar es Salaam. Now we have another guest. Good afternoon, madam.
Good afternoon.
What is your name and where are you coming from?
My name is Jeanne d'Arc Mukamana. I'm from the University of Rwanda, a PhD fellow at the University of KwaZulu-Natal in South Africa.
Okay. Well, can you share? I saw you presenting, so can you share a little bit about your presentation? What was it about? And yeah.
Yeah, my presentation, I'm conducting a research on how media frame or construct the legalization of abortion for minors, specifically for minors in Rwanda. That was my presentation.
Okay, can you tell us more about it now?
Yeah, in fact, as any African country, led by religious belief, cultural belief, cultural norms, we don't accept such things. We take it like Western issues. So I'm using a theory called moral panics. Moral panics, it is when people see a behavior, a strange behavior among the youth, among the population, they start discriminating them, they start stoning them as if. But when you examine with a closer eye, you see that it is not as dangerous as they are saying it. So I'm trying to analyze the discourse through the media, through radio stations, because in our country we have radio stations. We are culturally friendly with radio stations than other media. Even today, we more listen to radios than we watch televisions, we read newspapers. So I'm analyzing discourse around this topic through by analyzing content from radio stations.
Now, from yesterday, what were the key takeaway of this conference?
The conference was very insightful. Like yesterday, people were debating here. I learned very much about it, mainly from key speakers. Yes, and even today there were debates. Like yesterday, there were debates on artificial intelligence. So it was very interesting to see that we can use this. Normally, even the technology when it was introduced, it was not welcomed by everyone. They said it will encourage the laziness, but we know that it is useful for us. So even artificial intelligence, yesterday we learned that it is a very and we have the only thing we have to do is to use it responsibly. Yeah.
Thank you so much and all the best.
Thank you.
Yes, dear viewers, as we told you yesterday, that this the 14th East African Communication Conference has a lot of issues that we are discussing here. And now we have another guest. Good afternoon, madam.
University of KwaZulu-Natal in South Africa.
Oh, now, did you present?
I haven't presented yet. I'm presenting tomorrow in the very last session.
Can you share a little bit about your presentation?
Okay, sure. So my presentation, it's not so much on media studies and journalism, which is quite dominant in this entire conference. I'm much more focused on development communication in terms of community development and how best to strategize local culture to facilitate community development. My paper is looking at how we can boost that even more, boost the participatory element of it through bringing a cultural studies approach to our field work and our development encounters. That's my presentation.
So attending this conference, and what are the key takeaways of this conference?
Okay, so for me, what I'm most excited about with this conference, firstly, I have to say how beautifully organized it is. It's really beautifully organized, but I think it's getting into the same room people who are very well-known scholars and authorities in their own right in the field of media and journalism, coming together with the emerging scholars. I'm part of a big project that's NORAD funded, and it's about capacity building for media practitioners in East Africa. And it's so wonderful to see the Ugandan students here, the Rwandan students here, our South African students here, all sharing their research in a space that's very safe to do so, because everyone's very encouraging and it's not a space where someone's trying to outdo the other one. We're here to learn from each other, and for me that's the biggest takeaway so far, is just how everyone is interacting with each other, and it really is about knowledge exchange in the best kind of way.
And for the development of science and technology now, how do you see the future of communication and media industry for maybe 5 years?
I have absolutely no idea. It can go anyway. I think that technology is obviously always going to be something that we have to keep up to speed with, but at the end of the day, it's the people who use the technology that's really going to have the say in what happens at the end of it. So we're just going to have to watch this space.
Thank you so much and all the best.
Thank you so much.
Welcome. So, ladies and gentlemen, our theme is on Africa and the global dialogue on media and communication. And now I have another participant. Welcome, sir. Good afternoon. What is your name and where are
you? I come from Rwanda, University of Rwanda School of Journalism and Communication.
Nice. I saw you presenting. Can you please share us about your presentation?
Actually, my presentation was impact or effect of working conditions of journalists in Rwanda on their performance or on the content of in media. Yeah. So how working conditions affect the professional.
What make you come with that research?
Actually, now I'm a PhD fellow in journalism, media, and communication. I have my undergrad and master's in media and communication. I worked in Rwandan media for around 15 years. I've been junior journalist, senior journalist. Even I have been radio station director for more than 6 years. So I know how working conditions for media practitioners in Rwanda is hard. So I want to work on it, see if there is a relationship between working conditions and media performance and the respect of ethics in the media.
So in your experience in media and communication industry, and what do you see this conference bring out?
Actually, as I said, I've been in media from junior to MD of Media House. Beside, I used to teach in various universities in Rwanda, mainly in journalism faculty or schools. So attending international conferences like this as an academician with a background in a professional, it's just to improve publications quality, writing quality, but also to mix how what we teach as academician can be in relationship with industry outside, because sometimes there is a gap between theories taught in the university and what industry need. So if I attend a conference like this with someone with a very strong background in the sector, in the professional, so it helps me just to link theory that we teach and the practice which is on the ground. Because sometimes we teach what is perfect, while ground is not perfect. So there is some time we need to make a relationship between theories and practice.
Thank you very much. All the best.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was from the participant of this big conference. And as we promised you yesterday, that we have a lot of insightful minds and innovation, inspiration across media and communication industry here in Tanzania. This is the 14th East African Communication Association Conference happening in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, hosted by the School of Journalism and Mass Communication. You can still follow us online via our YouTube channel, Mlimani TV, UDism, Instagram, Facebook. You find us, our handle is Mlimani TV Official, but you can also follow us through our YouTube, School of Journalism and Mass Communication social media pages. Yes, for now we're going for this short break, and we'll come back later. My name is Sakina Timbulilo. Bye-bye for now.
Hosted by the University of Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. Welcome to Dar es Salaam and welcome to Zanzibar. Never welcome all delegates for the EACA Conference 34, hosted by the University of Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. Welcome to Dar es Salaam and welcome to Zanzibar. Never silence. Welcome all delegates for the EACA Conference 34, hosted by the University of Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. Welcome to Dar es Salaam and welcome to Zanzibar. Welcome all delegates for the EACA Conference 34, hosted by the University of Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. Welcome to Dar es Salaam and welcome to Zanzibar. Welcome all delegates for the EACA Conference 34, hosted by the University of Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. Welcome to Dar es Salaam and welcome to Zanzibar. Welcome all delegates for the EACA Conference 34, hosted for the EACA Conference 34, hosted by the University of Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. Welcome to Dar es Salaam and welcome to Zanzibar. Never Welcome all delegates for the EACA Conference 34, hosted by the University of Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. Welcome to Dar es Salaam and welcome to Zanzibar. Never Welcome all delegates for the EACA Conference 34, hosted by the University of Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. Welcome to Dar es Salaam and welcome to Zanzibar. Welcome all delegates for the EACA Conference 34, hosted by the University of Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. Welcome to Dar es Salaam and welcome to Zanzibar. Welcome all delegates for the 34, Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. Welcome to Dar es Salaam and welcome to Zanzibar. Turkey. Yes, yes. Welcome to Dar es Salaam and welcome to Zanzibar.
on YouTube. But also to or what you
by the University of Tanzania. Welcome to the
Aqui. Thank you very much for that response, George.
Thanks for those questions. Christina, I think, as you rightly pointed out, that our young people are fairly literate when it comes to using some of these technologies. But there is the issue of information.
Thank you very much for that response, George.
Which means that unless you're judicious enough, unless you're careful enough, sometimes you don't understand everything that emanates from some of these social platforms. So some of these technologies, we like, but there's the issue of source information which means the internet, for instance, unless you look at some social platforms, there's a lot more trivial that emanates from some of these social for example, useful. So like some take source information and people have said that sometimes they can spread out, for instance, unless what happens sometimes a lot of trivial that emanates from whereas for example useful you get for free if you buy a certain amount of take source information, and this is where now the literacy that people have said that sometimes they can spread out. There's a lot of of course, for free, go down to buy take sources, and this is how there are lots of say that that they put on platforms such as mostly TikTok, but also the questions are almost for free. Go down to buy take sources, and this is there are lots of say that largest group of content that is on Facebook is generated by ordinary users, and 99% of the contributors go down to paid. It wasn't for these people, so it's hugely exploitative. You can imagine, of course, Zuckerberg is a Facebook local is very popular, and 99% of, but even with that, go down by pay, don't so there's very little use. But 9% anything new. I think people have used that as a methodology to study online groups because you go on there, you become a participant, observer, for instance, you become part of that group and study how that group behaves within that. People have used that methodology. And there's a huge group of Kenyans called because people might go on there to become a participant, but observer, for instance, become part of that still. And that's the group study how that group interests me. And in the recent past, we've organized, or they've organized, experts really go there and for example, the organization that attract thousands of interest that would not, and the reason use organizers Zoom.
invite looking for is in the full publication, but it was a scoping and systematic study over a 4-decade period covering diverse HIV.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
not sure if the coffee is ready. People could pick up a cup of coffee in the meantime as she sets up. I don't know if it's ready.
About the rate at which is taking, and we felt that as part of the media, we will not be left out. We know much as of the work in progress. Now, from the next, you can see that that is covering the entire world. There is a diagram showing AI in 4 parts. The deep learning, machine learning, artificial intelligence, and computer science. All the 4 parts will be partially discussed in this work. Now, the background of our study, as indicated, has ability on computers, subsets. It uses machine learning and generative networks, as had been discussed through the diagram. Global, the regional, and the local perspective. And all that literature covers the 3 parts, that is the local, the global, and the regional perspective. Mount Kigali. Those are the 3 questions that guided our work. Work as an evidence of the fact that our students are aware of the AI and how it affects media. The sample size, I think we used the sample size of 10,000. We used the sample size of 10,000 and used the formula, go back to the formula, them to determine, we will use the rule of thumb to determine the sample size as proposed. Now, that can be seen whiteboard. Proceed. We have some information from the UNESCO, and we quoted it. whereby there is the evaluating sources wheel, and the table will be shown. Yes. This table shows the words, the 5 words, which is stop, the who, when, where, and why. So when you go to the generative tools, we have the types. We have, for example, I'm sure some of you are using now ChatGPT. We have the next. We have the voice notes. I know some of you are also using them now. Not only us, we also use it. Our students also use the same tools. Next, we have AI chat sounds on. That is effective. We also have Notion AI, chat base, DAL-E, and Morjani. Kindly click to that link. Open another page. Kindly. Since it is AI, I will allow the AI to work now. I wish the volume can be added.
And I'm in 3rd year, and I'm part of the IoT project, as you see. Okay, this idea was actually conceptualized in this.
Different innovations in various sectors continue to shape the modern world we live in today. Most innovations we know, like Facebook, were conceptualized in university hostels, and the innovations have not stopped. Today, we are at Mount Kigali University to witness such great ideas. A group of 6 students from this university has developed an IoT system that automates key features in modern apartments. In this segment, we'll be speaking to the students to learn more about this project.
My name is Mugisha Junior Fred, and I'm in Bachelor's of Business, ICT, and I'm in 3rd year, and I'm part of the IoT project, as you see. Okay, this idea was actually conceptualized in December 2023, and we joined as a team. I joined the finalists, these guys who have more about IoT. So we thought of building an IoT building. So for me, the role that I was in was I'm a civil engineer, so I had to join all these people so that we can do something which is smart for the country. Front door. close front door. Open front door. So in 2024 January, that's when we started and we began. So my friends there, the electrical engineers, we wanted them to come and join heads with us so that, you see, in IoT staffs need electricity. So for the electricity to go and the IoT to be implemented in the house, we need electricity. So that's where the electrical engineers come and push so that we can get the electricity. That's where the programmers, the back end, the front ends, they join their heads so that they can build this big thing for the country. So as a big idea, we thought of, we had seen many countries that are in, they are in
focus group discussion. Was it 10? Which sampling technique did you use? Yeah.
Thank you very much. So she's the second sample size of 10,000 that you mentioned. How did you draw that sample? That was the question. And the first one was about you using questionnaires, having said that you are taking a qualitative approach. She seems to suggest that can we
Now, first, responding to the first question, I think our work is still on progress, so we will take in more corrections as advised. Thank you. Yeah, then we take guidance and we will work on the same correction. Thank you.
Are there other questions? If there are not, I think we will wind this up and give Lucy a thunderous hand clap. Thank you very much and all the best in your endeavors. People are free to leave because this is the last presentation of the afternoon. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
By the Tanzania Wow! Yes, yes! Welcome on!
To continue. And
Oh, yes, yes, yes! Welcome all millions for the EACA 24 hosted by the University of Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. Welcome to Zanzibar! Zanzibar! Hakuna Matata! Wow! Yes, yes, yes! Welcome to Dar es Salaam and welcome to Zanzibar to the Spice Island!
Mwambie dakika 3 tu. To an end day 2 for the 14th East African Communication Association EACA conference here in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, with the Africa and Media Communication. A lot of insight, a lot of findings, a lot of research have been shared and presented from also issues concerning the public health, also issues concerning the climate change have been discussed, issues with EACA conference here in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, hosted by the Commission. Tomorrow, after that, the Havana is beautiful. The very good explosion in Tanzania, especially in the island of Zanzibar. You're so welcome. Keep enjoying us, keep following us on our social media and digital platforms, especially YouTube, where we're going to stream live this conference from the morning to the evening. So keep on watching. We're here to ensure that you get a lot of insight that is going on here in the library auditorium, the University of Dar es Salaam. My name is Nyangumo Mahmoud, and I was with Sakina Chambulilo since morning, and I wish you all the best. Keep on watching, keep on following us.
We're continuing with our conference. This is the second or